Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the LCK Regional Qualifier, where we will find out our third seed for the World Championship. And at the moment, that could be either T1, Gen G, or the Afrika Freaks. And Afrika, if they continue playing like they did in the first round, theoretically they could get there, but they're up against a very angry T1 and LS. Do you think there's any hope for Afrika this time around? They pulled the rabbit out of the hat the first time. Can they do it again?
Well, I feel like going into this match, there's obviously a really big question mark because the roster that T1 is fielding is entirely different probably to what anyone was expecting, probably even Afrika. And so it's going to be really interesting. The game number one between these two teams, game 3 last time between T1 and Afrika, it ended really fast, and it was the kind of mistakes and errors that I don't think that you would assume would be recreated. So I feel like, and I know many others probably feel like, T1 is favored coming into tonight's series, even though Afrika is coming off a very dominant performance.
Yeah, it was a very dominant performance, but I think a lot of it was to do with the power level of KT rather than the power level of Afrika. Afrika has always been a team that's very good at beating lower level teams. We call them the gatekeepers for a reason, right? They're good at beating teams beneath them, not as good at beating teams above them. So let's see what they can do here today against an angry T1 with, like you say, a very different roster on the board. I believe that one has been leaked already. And it's going to be very exciting to see what the young AD Prodigy is going to be able to do there on the bottom side of the map. And if this is what gets T1 to Worlds, like, I don't know, man. That's like the most exciting thing ever, in my personal opinion. It's a really cool sort of coming-of-age story ready to happen, with Closer already having a great debut. And now Gumayusi on the bottom side of the map as well. A man who's been dominating solo queue for the longest of times, even though he's extraordinarily young.
Yeah, and I mean, we take a look at the points of the match here. It's the rematch after 2 weeks. T1 got knocked out by Afrika in the wildcard series. Will they activate the T1 of best of 5 today? Obviously alluding to T1's historic performances in best of 5 series. Clean 3-0 obviously for Afrika, dominating. We just mentioned that against KT. And now, yeah, I like the fact that it's mentioned as an uphill battle. And the carries on both of these teams is going to be interesting. Obviously, Kana has been very stable for T1 in a lot of their recent series. Faker is back here today, but then like you're mentioning, the new AD carry player down in the bottom lane. We're probably going to talk about him in just a bit once he ends up appearing on the screen, but we'll see what ends up happening. I am very excited for this. Also, Elim returning in the jungle.
Yeah, Elim there. Cuz not going to be there anymore. I know there's a lot of memes floating around about Cuz, but I don't think he's necessarily been the worst player on the team or anything like that. But Elim definitely having a little bit more of an explosive play style, and that might come out with some of the young blood that they do have available to them. Having a look at some of the stats here, Afrika regional qualifier stats looking damn good. But that's what happens when you win every single game. And T1 struggling a little bit in the summer split to really get a lot of those kills in their matches. Certainly one of the slower teams when it came to our summer statistics, but we'll see whether all of the changes are going to affect it. I think that a lot of these stats are almost irrelevant given how much the roster has changed moving into this match.
Yeah, the team's not the same, so I feel like the stats and probably even the approach towards the game is going to be very different. And there it is, Kana, Elim, Faker, Gumayusi, and Effort. Now, a lot of people are probably wondering, who is Gumayusi? He's, as you mentioned, been very top of the standings for a very long time, and it's been mentioned by Voldemort on his stream that Gumayusi is one of the best mechanical players in all of Korea, but probably the best mechanical player on T1, even though he's been in their academy system.
Yeah, he's been extraordinary for a very long time, but hasn't necessarily been able to play. It's been hard because I think he came of age relatively recently, but Teddy's just a really good AD carry, right? So it's hard to replace him. Now they're looking to switch it up, and now the two veterans of the team are Effort and Faker, instead of what was before Effort and Gumayusi. Effort and Teddy, that were the oldest, most long-standing players on the team. So an interesting switch-up when it comes to the louder voices and the more respected members of the team for this particular lineup. This one, however, nothing has really changed apart from Dread being in the jungle. It was Spirit that really saved the team with a lot of his Lilia play yesterday. So looking forward to seeing what Dread's going to be able to bring. And maybe we've got Spirit sitting alongside with the coach getting all of those downloads to make sure that he gets the jungle paths correct for the second match. But Dread versus Elm is an exciting one. But Canna versus Keen, the two powerhouses towards the top side, the double letters really going nuts there. And Keen having a really good series yesterday as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty important matchup because everything else is pretty much a question mark. The jungle dynamic is going to be very interesting to see. Elam hasn't played in a little while, and then the bot lane is going to be very hard to predict. But if Kana can be the rock that T1 need him to be today, that's going to be really big in offsetting Afrika here in this series, because Keen can really just take over games on his own. And it becomes very problematic, though, when he's not able to get the ball rolling.
The thing that I do like is that they're bringing LM in now with against Dread. And Dread's going to be playing aggressively. We know that that's the only mode that he has, and LM certainly has been a little bit more early game. And when you've got Dread on the roster, Keen picks up a whole lot more of these early game carries. So Canna is going to be under a lot more pressure earlier, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do with their new and slightly changed up jungle decision here on T1's side. But it's showing that they've got a lot of strings to their bow. It's only Canna and Effort that haven't really been subbed around this year, and we do know that there are players standing behind them also. So T1 certainly pulling out all the stops when it comes to trying to find the dream roster to get them through this gauntlet. And they're no stranger to gauntlets. You know, best of fives, that's the territory for T1. And unfortunately, they didn't manage to get past the best of three in the playoffs. So now this is their first best of five of summer. I'm looking forward to seeing whether the T1 BO5 buff is going to come through, because if it does, like if this is a blowout, Gen G are going to be sweating. I know you're a bit of a T1 fan when it comes to the third seed for Worlds, but I think that Gen G should not be underestimated, especially when we're talking about bottom sides of the map. You know, Gumayusi coming through, he's going to be debuting here up against Mystic, but Ruler is a whole different beast. So I know I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but it's certainly a lot to think about when it comes to who's going to be our favorite moving towards the World Championship.
And I like that you mentioned that Gen G is the final boss of the gauntlet, as that's going to be a tough match for both of these two teams, obviously going into tomorrow. And I think depending on how T1 manages to look here against Afrika, or how Afrika manages to look against T1, can give us a much better indicator of probably what to expect in that series, especially when you look at the context surrounding how Gen G lost in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Feels like almost anything's possible.
Exactly. Gen G losing there, it felt like it was stolen away from them. Unfortunately for Gen G, they've been a little bit plagued by some out of the rift situations when it comes to their playoffs runs all year. And hopefully, when we get to the regional qualifier final, it's all just going to be tickety-boo, and we're not going to need to worry about it. Damn, that's a fun word to say. But here we are in Demand and Pick for the very first game of this series. This is going to be the semi-final, if you like, as already Kalista and the Nautilus taken away, and there's Ezreal as well. No Mystic shots for Mystic, unfortunately, as Twisted Fate and the Azir taken off the board. Caitlyn standing out like a sore thumb at this point in time, and I think that giving that to T1's really dangerous, because Canna's a great Ornn player, and they are going to let it through because they have to ban away the Lucian. Set is going to be the first hover here, though, for T1, and I feel like this could be a mistake.
Yeah, the set is coming in. In theory, he's able to be flexed into multiple roles, but seeing him be one would be a little surprising. Caitlyn now getting hovered, and I can't think of a better marksman champion to pick if you're being touted as the best mechanical player that the team has to offer, because Caitlyn can obviously single-handedly take over games. So I think this is going to be a very nice champion to see Gumayusi debut on. Afrika instantly responding.
Yeah, it's going to be the Akali and the Ashe. And Keen likely to be the one piloting the Akali, certainly more of a Keen flavor rather than Fly. As we'll see whether T1 round out their bottom lane and decide to pick up the Ornn. I feel like Caitlyn Ornn is just such a powerful combo these days. And Canna is a brilliant Ornn player, very stable there towards the top side, and blocks picks like Renekton from coming through. As Caitlyn Lux is going to be the decision here. Gumayusi and Effort going to be down there on the bottom side with those picks. Of course, Faker can play the Lux, but likely to be that bottom lane already picked up. And now what is Faker going to lock away? Could be a jungle priority pick, or they could just go with Renekton themselves, and that is what Canna's going to go for.
And Renekton does get locked in for T1. Now, in theory, it's able to be flexed mid and top, depending on what would Afrika end up picking. So we'll see where it does end up landing. But this is a lot of physical damage on T1, and so I'm curious if champions like Evelynn and Karthus and Lilia are going to be on the ban card here by Afrika.
Well, I mean, there's 5 AP junglers that,
there's so many
that need to be banned, right? And so it's going to be very, very hard for Afrika to get rid of all of them. Of course, I'm talking about, you know, Evelynn, Karthus, Nidalee, Gragas,
Lilia,
and Lilia as well. So certainly a lot of options when it comes to getting some magic damage in there. So T1 not really sweating just yet. Nidalee, though, is going to be banned away because of course, the power couple that is the crocodile and the cat. And alliteration as well, absolutely beautiful. As there's the Volibear to be taken off the board, just banning some strong junglers. Not sure what Dread's been playing recently. I do have some stats for you, though. Gumayusi, unfortunately, has fallen down the standings. He was certainly sitting around top 5 here in the Korea solo queue for quite some time. But I think he's been scrimming a lot with the team, so hasn't necessarily been able to hold on to his top spot. Currently, like rank 93 or something like that. But he does have 2 recent losses on Caitlyn, so you can think about that as you will. Sylas is going to be the last ban here from Afrika. And that's sort of alluding to something here. Of course, the Twisted Fate is already banned, so it's not like they're putting through a coverage ban or anything like that.
Yeah,
Look forward to seeing what Fly's going to be playing.
Little surprised by the set, but we'll see what Afrika is going to lock in here. Or yeah, let's see if they just end up actually picking their jungler here. I think that would be the best so that you retain Akali, flex mid and top.
Yeah, I think Lilia is sort of standing out at the moment as that power jungler, especially with Volibear banned away. Although Hecarim has certainly been screeching his way towards the top of the tables. Did have a loss yesterday, but we know how powerful this champion is if he gets out of control. And even in that game, the Hecarim was very, very strong. So Afrika going to be going back to it here. LM thinking about what he wants to play into it. Looks like Ori in the Blind Forest is coming out. No. Let's see where LM's going to stick. And I think Lilia is a champion that makes some sense. A lot of clippity-clopping around the jungle here in this particular game, if that's going to be the choice. But they are cycling. 1 second to go. And LM is going to try and put the horse in the stable, locking down the J4 so he can try and cataclysm that guy after he ults.
This one's a little bit bizarre, but I guess you can understand that, yes, if you do cataclysm him after he ultimates, then you can lock him in. And obviously Jarvan can be quite problematic for Ashe. But I'm just curious, are they just going to go Galio Jarvan? No, they're going to go very generic. Oh, okay. Well,
this is a wombo combo comp, and this is going to be all about Caitlyn doing damage. And when it gets to the late game, it's only Gumayusi. Like, if you ever have a debut game, like, this is the draft that you'd be scared of the most, because the microscope is 100% on this Caitlyn player. I'm looking forward to seeing what Gumayusi can do with it, because, yeah, this is definitely all about him.
And the Ornn being hovered right now by Afrika, and this is going to mean it's probably Ornn versus Renekton in top lane, which means that Galio gets a pretty good matchup into Akali in mid. For what that's worth.
This might be the swap, because we saw Afrika do this yesterday, and Fly was a mid lane Ornn player. He might just be going towards the top lane himself because he's the better Ornn player, Keen the far better Akali player.
Yeah.
And so likely still going to be on top. But this is Afrika's new flexibility that they have. They allow them to always have a carry in a solo lane, and it doesn't matter which lane it's in because Keen and Fly have been swapping around so much. I love this out of the team.
Well, it does seem like Keen mid could be a thing, and I feel like this is a thing in the future that is going to become probably more common, where top and mid laner sort of dies as a title, and it becomes more about solo laner, where players become interchangeable just based on which champions they're able to play, because ultimately League is just a knowledge-based game. It's not able to just be cemented into just an isolated role, and you just should be good at that. You should be proficient at the game itself. So seeing Keen go into mid lane here would be pretty interesting on the Akali. Like you mentioned, he's a lot better at it than Fly would be. And we'll see how Fly matches up against Kana in the top lane. But this is a very, very all-in team composition for Gumayusi to try to carry T1 with. And I think this is going to be very telling, Alice.
It certainly is. I do like the Jarvan Galio combo. I hope that Faker and Element have been putting the time in together to make sure that they have that synergy, because it's going to be all about the Jarvan going in and then the heroic entrance over the top, giving Gumayusi all of that space to utilize all of that range. But here we are into game number 1, T1 versus Afrika. This is our second last match, and actually my final cast of the year for the LCK. Likely that I'll be back for 2021. Don't worry, guys. You are going to see me again. But yeah, my last LCK broadcast. So it's been a pleasure, LS, and looking forward to next year.
Yeah. I have 2 casts left for 2020.
Yep, you're going to be on tomorrow with the good old Val Danalist.
Yep. So we'll see how that ends up going. We'll see who is going to be in the finals versus Gen G tomorrow. Taking a look at the player runes really quickly. And we still don't have an indication yet of who is going where at this point in time. Not really any sinning happening in the runes. Absolute focus over Gathering Storm for Gumayusi on AD carry.
Interesting.
A little bit surprising there.
No surprise with the Nimbus cloak, though.
Yeah.
All right, and it is going to be the Akali in the mid lane as we expected. Pardon me. I was actually going back and thinking about it, and to be perfectly honest, Afrika don't have bad matchups either way, but Akali versus Renekton can be a little bit scary for the Akali, just with all of that early game power that Renekton has. So just picking up on building a Bramble Burst and never dying is probably a safer option, as Akali does deal pretty well with the Galio in mid lane as well, given the fact that they do get to go into that melee matchup.
And right now, Faker, he crashes first wave, goes and gets a ward on the Raptor camp. They want to know exactly where Dread is on the Hecarim at all times. And you can see what Gumayusi and Effort are doing. They're piling up 2 of the waves. They're going to wait for the 3rd wave, and then they'll crash. Now, with Caitlyn and Lux, generally a lot of players will not go for cheater recalls, especially not when you haven't dealt any damage to the opponents and you're perfectly healthy yourself. He also already has the call. So we might just see the Caitlyn and Lux try to poke underneath the turret. And you can see Jarvan, he's on the right-hand side of the map. They know where Hecarim is. And all that Elim has to do is make sure to protect Caitlyn and Lux, and a lot of damage can be dealt early on.
Yep, they're already down there. There is a ward behind T1 right now, which I don't know what that's going to mean necessarily. I don't know whether we're going to go for like level 3 teleports or anything like that from an Ornn. But that is an interesting ward placement for this stage of the game. And probably thinking about a Jarvan level 2 gank or something like that that can be set up with early wave crashes like this. As it is just going to be Rift Scuttler taken down by Elim. He's just going to be grabbing that one as soon as it spawns. There it is. And Dread is just rampaging his way through the jungle. And it's all just feeling pretty standard right now, as Fake is going for a bit of an early recall as the lane resets, but no, he's going to cancel it.
And that would have been a nice recall for Faker to actually try to take if he could have gotten it. And it looks like Jarvan's actually just going to have the better end of the jungle opening. He's going to manage to get double crab. Now, the one thing, though, is that Hecarim's camps are going to respawn sooner, and they'll be higher level. Whereas the Raptor and Golem camp, hold on, though.
Yep, nice knock up, but in goes Dread. He's looking for the knockback. He's not going to get it, though, as the rocket grab's also going to be not quite long enough. That one was buffed as well, Ben, but not able to actually line it up. And you saw exactly what Dread was trying to do, but they got double flashes, right? So still a very successful gank here for the Afrika jungler.
Yeah, and we know that this is basically a forced play out of Hecarim because he doesn't have any other options. He doesn't want to just recall and then go back into power farming. And so seeing them lose all their summoners here, it's very painful. They have to respect the fact that Hecarim could still be here because Blitzcrank has flash. So this could actually be very scary. They're genuinely playing with fire, but they do think that he has recalled. It would be a pretty sinful maneuver for Dread to still be here.
Oh yeah. Although they would definitely be dead, interestingly enough.
And in top lane, Renekton, I mean, he's up 24 farm right now. Fly is just getting bulldozed. There is a giant wave in front of his turret, though, so we'll see what he's at the end of this. Dread's been spotted out yet again on a ward. Everything is very stable right now, and I love what Gumayushi is doing. He's going for the tier 2 boots, for the mobility inside of the laning phase, for spacing against Mystic and Ben, rather than just powering straight into the BF sword.
Also allows you to push the lane just that little bit faster as well, with the amount of extra auto attacks you're able to get off. So I like that as well, going for the cull at the same time that he, of course, started with. And so, yeah, pretty comfortable, all things considered. The thing I want to talk to you about is, I guess, the scaling factor between these two teams. And I'm seeing an Ornn, I'm seeing a Hecarim, and I'm thinking that Afrika is going to be pretty comfortable in the late game, but I'm seeing the team fight capability of T1 and thinking that they're also pretty happy with scaling. And you can see as these two teams are playing it out, it's been pretty cool, calm, and collected on both sides. Feels like both teams happy to play for a mid to late game style win condition.
Well, it seems as though Afrika are just waiting for the mid game. T1, though, getting the first dragon is pretty good news for them, given the way that their team composition is going to play out. Threatening Soul Point is going to be very problematic, and given that Cloud Dragon's second, it means that we have a spicy soul. Fly, Kana's not in lethal.
No, but he does ult anyway. So Fly and Kana just going to be trading ults here. Kana will be able to swipe up this wave, and Fly is still very far behind.
He is light years behind, and the other thing is that he built a Balmy Cinder as his first item. So his itemization is going to be a little bit gimped. Hold on, we got a little bit of a trade.
That's actually the engage coming up from Ellen. Heroic Entrance going to get the knock up onto Ben, and Ben, unfortunately, did not realize that there were potentially 4 people surrounding him in that instance. So he was fishing for a hook, and instead he got caught.
I'm not sure what Afrika was doing, Alice. Down there in the river, it seems like they completely blanked that there was a Galio in the game. And that's just a very easy First Blood pickup. And pretty much all around right now, T1 are just ahead in every position. And I really like what Gumayushi's doing. Basically saying, you know what, even though we are Caitlyn and Lux and we like to push and poke and get turret plates and whatnot, they're realizing the benefit of pulling the wave and freezing it as a means to starve their opponent and cause a larger net difference between the two. And Faker is coming in there with the Galio ultimate, getting the kill.
Ooh. That was almost really cool, but didn't quite work out there for Ben. He's now waiting for another rocket grab to come back off cooldown. Afrika do finally get this wave shoved towards the turret. And the CS gap is going to be widened here in favor of Gumayushi as he clears out all of those minions with a very nice Peacemaker. And Dread looking to steal away a red buff. And should be able to do that as Element is on the other side of the map. Justice Punch, not going to find any targets there as Faker just presses his taunt button for fun.
And we can see Elam now, he's going to go over and start the Rift Herald. And he probably feels like, well, actually, no, he's just going to clip. Well, yes, he is starting it. I'm not totally sure. The timing is not really aligned here, and you can see they're rotating the bot lanes now.
Yeah, it's a good knock up there from Faker, who gets a lot of control based on his Aftershock. In comes Effort. 4 members around this Rift Herald right now as the Ornn is up towards the top side, very close to having his ultimate back available. As Dread wants to come in for a steal. Light Binding is down. There is the steal away. Fly gets a great double knock up there in the backline as Effort is going to look like going down first, and it is Mystic that grabs that kill already. 2 here for Afrika, and they stole away the Rift Herald. Faker going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Brilliant flash forward from Ben to deny the Justice Punch escape. And now Faker's just going to try and hobble his way, but he's not going to get there. Death Chamber for you, my friend, and 3 kills for Afrika and Rift Herald steal.
And this is what I was just talking about, where I said the waves are not really aligned right here. For T1 to go for this kind of a play, Elam, he has all of his jungle camps up. There's no reason to just randomly go for a Rift Herald. All the lanes are very stable, and the map is just stable. And they end up going for it, and they get clapped and punished. And we see this time and time again. I recently tweeted about this over the weekend, watching the LCS finals. Similar thing. It just feels like teams don't really understand what Herald ends up doing in the mass majority of cases. And here, they're just stuck between a rock and a hard place. They want to help out Elam, they want to help out Kana, but the timing in this game is not aligned for a play like this in Afrika. They just capitalize and punish T1 really hard.
Yeah, it was really beautifully done. I like that Ben didn't care about his low health bar. He was stopping Faker from getting out of there no matter what. And really nice bounce back from an Afrika that, you know, were looking like they were giving away a few things. Not necessarily having the control that they really want. We do need to mention, we've been talking a lot about, you know, Gumayushi and how excited we are to see him, but Mystic is on his Ashe, and this is his pick, that he hasn't necessarily found the same level of success in this season than he's been known for, especially with his play on WE over in the LPL. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this Ashe is going to be able to do, especially now that she's claimed the CS advantage, 1-0-1, very close to Essence Reaver, a build I believe Def debuted here in the LCK and has looked like the more powerful one, especially when it comes to 2-item spikes here in the LCK. And Afrika bouncing back nicely, but still without a gold lead at this stage.
And I feel like T1, the reason that they're still retaining the gold lead even after that blunder at Rift Herald, a lot of it is due to Kana right now up in top lane with his lane kingdom that is currently present. Almost has Blade of the...
Yeah, it's a little bit of a worry because I thought Bramblevest would be coming in, but not going to happen. Mountain Drake going to be coming forward, and this is like the dream for Afrika. Both Hecarim and Ornn absolutely love this dragon, as Fly is going to get stunned.
The flip side for T1 as well, if they start stacking Mountain Drakes, Hecarim, Ornn, Akali engages, they're just going to be invalidated. Pretty much. It's going to be near impossible for their team composition to reliably take a team fight and then somehow win, especially because Renekton will eventually start getting tanky, Jarvan's already going to be tanky, Galio is tanky, all the barriers on Lux. And if her and Caitlyn become tanks as well, things become very problematic. So it's a pretty spicy dragon all around, whereas Infernal, for both parties, even if T1 hypothetically got Infernal Dragon, Afrika could still just stomp them in a very quick engage, where Infernal Soul never goes off. And has
that's a good
effectiveness.
Point. And I do like that you bring up the Lux. Shields become, of course, so much more valuable when you do get all of those defensive stats. So certainly very high value for T1 at the same time. I just can't help looking at an Ornn and then getting scared about, you know, 600 armor and things like that. Great rocket grab there onto Effort, who will have to flash, and he is going to do so, as he will eventually clear out that ward. So just the flash coming off the Lux, but that's food for the Hecarim, right? Like, I don't know what the Lux is supposed to do against Dread at that stage, as Keen, he was underneath the turret. Just having a good time by the looks of things.
And meanwhile, Kana up there in top lane, and Sunfire Cape was completed by Fly. I like that you mentioned the lack of Bramblevest actually being picked up by Ornn. There's only one thing that's inevitable in League of Legends Atlas, and that is Boris. And it's always a pleasure to show up. Yep,
he is back with a vengeance. We saw him, you know, he took a day off in a few of those days in the playoffs, but no, he's back. Afrika have wrestled themselves back a slight gold advantage, but that is not from the help of Fly, as he takes a lot of damage there underneath the turret. Does have a couple of refillable pot charges, as that's a good life binding. Combo is going to land. There's a heroic entrance. Not sure whether it was entirely necessary, but Ben is going to get knocked up right on the edge. Justice Punch going to miss as Keen is in here. Ben going to be taken down first, but Afrika not going to go for any sort of re-engage. Dread just a little bit too low. And Fly forced back to his inner turret and is going to go back home. This is an absolute disaster on the top side, and a really good re-debut here for Kana in this particular game. Mystic going to get chunked with an ace in the hole.
Fly is just getting completely dominated. Normally we don't see stuff like this happen in the LCK when it's mostly entirely being done in isolation, but this is real right now. We had he just dinged level 10, but we had a 2-level disparity between these two players right now. A 53 CS advantage for Kana at 14 minutes is absolutely ridiculous.
And he has the highest farm in the game as well. He's just been farming very, very well. His effort over the wall, really nice combo has been, hate to see it. Unfortunately tagged by the edge.
Dread did manage to get the red buff. Unfortunately, Cataclysm does not seemingly want to take the red. As Dread is level 9, still doesn't have the Trinity Force yet. Looks like Renekton going to be moving into the Black Cleaver as his next item, most likely.
Yeah, it should be a death dance after that, or something like that. As Gumayushi does have his Infinity Edge already complete, but probably wants a couple of items before he's going to be all-powerful. Mystic building towards his Runar's Hurricane for item number 2, which is how this build, of course, works. As Afrika, I do like their team fight, but they haven't been able to rally quite like T1 have in these skirmishes. I feel like T1's setup around the map has been better, but Afrika, just with their composition, are going to be better with these 5v5s. His arrow is going to fly forward. It's going to be avoided, though, there by Elm, and that is going to be the second Rift Herald taken down by T1. So if at first you don't succeed, try again.
All right. Well, they do end up getting it. They're going to rotate back now into mid lane. And... okay, the cannon, it is going to get capped. Caitlyn will get the cannon.
Yes.
All right, everything's safe.
Ashe will be able to get the turret, though. So there's that. Definitely good news. Mystic going to continue to power ahead. As far as that farm is concerned, it was 13, but with this wave going down, it's still going to be very, very close between the two marksmen. Keen, wonder what this build is going to be. Could, of course, be Leandri's, or the Dastardly Morello, or second item, Void Star, for some reason. But that's not going to happen.
Well, Mountain Dragon is up and available. Faker's up in top lane right now, though. He might just shove out one more wave. I don't think he's waiting to complete anything. And so maybe he just shoves this wave and then starts running down. He does have his ultimate available, so it's not like he needs to use teleport to get into this fight. But if you look at the items across the board right now, it's not that bad for Afrika in this fight. This is the closest that Ornn and Renekton are probably going to be for quite some time. You can see Faker moving down now. Any sort of a phalanx angle for T1 is going to be very favorable for them.
Well, they also just want to be able to have their Gargoyle in range as T1 currently holding aggro, but Afrika do control the river right now as Shirley is going to knock down the outer turret on the bottom side of the map. You can see Afrika not really perturbed. They want to guarantee this dragon, and there's the Ornhorn. Good double knockup is going to land, and that's the rocket grab they were looking for. But Elm is immediately going to go golden. The avoidance there on the heroic entrance, though, is Faker not going to grab the highest value taunt, but there's the first kill coming through from Gumayushi. Flash forward for the light binding, but it is going to miss. Afrika do get themselves out of the way. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers are dead as the teleport comes forward. Canna trying to go 1 versus 4, and it's going to be successful as Keen is wiped from the rift. Now Mystic trying to fight this one back. Good volley. It's going to get a lot of slows, but now with that man advantage, T1 should be able to take down this Mountain Drake, and a double charge coming through for Shirley.
Double charge coming through for Shirley, and they're going to get the Mountain. They end up being victorious in that team fight as well. Being even a little bit reserved with some of their Summoner Spell usage. Faker probably could have gotten a little bit more if he elected to use Flash right away. And now this is just going to be 5 more minutes of scaling for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, this is really scary for Afrika. Let's have a look at this fight one more time.
So you can see Fly just randomly starts the Ornhorn. Dragon was nowhere near low enough for them to try to go for this play to force it so that T1 couldn't go for some sort of a smite fight or a counter engage. Dread goes in with the ultimate, but just doesn't have it. Gumayushi nets into Afrika, just barely missing the binding. Otherwise, Fly was definitely a goner there as well. Kana teleports in behind. Caitlyn ultimate comes in. Kana there with the slice and dice, able to pick up Keen. And now as everything resets, T1, they have a 2,000 gold advantage at this point in time. Caitlyn making her way towards her second item. Call was already completed.
Advantage for Mystic when it comes to items, but he does need to finish off this Infinity Edge before he gets any ornament value, which means no defensive items or anything like that, as Ace in the Hole is going to land. No way of avoiding it, of course. As, yeah, Mystic is going to be pretty killable for a lot of this game. He's got a big investment to make.
Well, Gumayushi here just going to shove out the mid lane, and there's just going to be a bit of downtime now, most likely. We're just going to play ping pong with all the side lanes. Faker almost has the Zanya's Hourglass complete, already has the Seekers as well as the Fiendish Codex. Kana has completed The Black Cleaver will probably move into the Death Dance next. A little bit of Boris on the table here for Fly. Picking up the
he's been
Iceborne
attacked
Gauntlet.
by Boris this game. I don't know what happened.
Moly.
You know how there's just some people where they walk into a shop and the salesman just owns them, you know? Like, you're just like a little bit naive. I feel like that's Fly this game. You know, the shopkeeper was like, I know this is the most expensive, but look at all of these extra bells and whistles that you have available to you. 20% CDR. Look at all of that extra armor you're going to pick up. And you'll have mana for days, Fly. Mana for days, as the arrow is going to be avoided with a step to the right there by Effort.
Rick
Very nicely
Boris Harrison, welcome to Scam Stars, is basically what's going on here. So the funniest thing about the Iceborne Gauntlet, and I know that Bwippo was one of the pro players that talked about this recently, the passive that you get from Abyssal Mask, the amplified damage, just makes all of Ornn deal so much more, not even including if other teammates are in close proximity. And Ornn Spellblade proc is not super valuable. You don't need the mana that you get from the item, and the armor resistances are not all that you need, especially because Infernal Mask gives you so much HP.
Infernal Mask is just extraordinarily efficient stats-wise.
Yes.
Like, if you can build it, you should always build it. I don't even think you need to care about whether or not the team has magic damage. And I think, like, even for that argument, Dominus damage is enough, you know? Like, do it. You know, there's the magic damage. Don't even worry about it. But, I mean, Faker's there. He's going to be doing damage, especially to the front line. So I don't think there's any excuse to pick up the Iceborne Gauntlet this game. Like, even Locket of the Iron Solari. If you really don't want to build an Abyssal Mask, build Locket instead.
Just always build Abyssal Mask. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, obviously.
This is probably, if there is a Ornn game that you watch how not to play Ornn from laning phase to itemization, I think this is definitely it out of Fly.
Yeah.
And it seems like he is having a bit of an issue. But we'll see. He is almost level 14. He's going to be able to start bestowing upgrades. And it looks like Keen is actually going for Morellonomicon, so...
Oh, no!
Yeah, you think Boris has a job, actually.
Yeah, I think Boris actually set up shop at the Freak Up Studio. Yeah. That's where he has his kiosk. It's Summoner's Rift and the Freak Up Studio. So if you're ever like watching the GSL or something like that here in Korea, guys, make sure you give a wave over to Boris. Just don't listen to a word that he says. Okay? He's a nice guy. He'll just he'll not say what you need to hear, you know? He'll say maybe what you want to hear, which is, you know, that Morello is always a good choice. And no, if you want to upgrade your Iceborne Gauntlet, that's up to you. And stuff like that. You know, you don't want to hear that heresy.
Buy my book indeed, as Mountain Drake is going to be up in 5 seconds. Baker.
Oh, good taunt there onto Keen, but Shuriken backflip comes back. Keen not going to trade back too well as good double knockup comes forward there from Fly. Arrow going to connect there onto Effort, but not much follow-up. Mystic going to flash out of the way of the final spark, and he's free hitting now. As Canna goes gold, and Gumayushi getting the damage down though. That's the double kill. Fly now in trouble, who's been completely blocked off. Gumayushi actually going to get hooked in, but that's not what they wanted because it allowed him to have better position on these auto attacks, and T1 wipe the floor with a Freaker. That's going to give him a Baron, and that should be the game.
Call an ambulance, but not for him, Atlas, is basically just happened, as T1 with really good macro here. They're going to have the Renekton solo down the Mountain Dragon while the other members go over to the Baron. And this is basically everything that you could possibly want. And with the itemization that Afrika ended up going for, they're going to stunt themselves so much. They don't have an ornament outside of Hecarim as well. Obviously, Infinity Edge is coming in next, but things are looking really lights out for Afrika here in this game number 1. Caitlyn 3-0-6 right now inside of this game. Absolutely massive. Not sure why Fly...
he almost got that steal, man.
Just turn it off.
Because he has the extra auto damage from his Iceborne Gauntlet. So he was going for the steal on the Rift Scholar. Didn't quite get there. Let's have a look at this again. This colossal failure from Afrika.
Really good exhaust by Effort onto Keen, slicing his damage. And just look, there's no one that can reach Caitlyn. And so she just has the free deal in the bag. Eventually they get pulled in, Ben. He's seen better days.
Yeah.
아래 좀만 봐줘 아래 아래.
Faker played that really, really well, by the way, on the front line.
봤어. 오른 봐. 아래 괜찮아. 아래 괜찮아. 아래 괜찮아. 오른 봐봐. 오른
It's
봐.
okay,
안에 봐봐 안에. 천천히.
Go slow, go slow.
위에 뒤가.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Really, really good control by the Caitlyn. Mouse is very nice to watch.
애쉬.
You can just see
바로 가자.
how...
바로 가자. 야 렐리 쏠려고 나머지 바로 가자.
What a nice trophy.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Sort of reminded me, actually, of watching Ruler and his mouse control. And that is definitely a compliment to the young AD carry out of T1. Ruler, it's almost superhuman watching him utilize his mouse. As T1, they are just looking to try and put this game to bed. Currently close to an 8,000 gold lead. They have Soul Point and it's Mountain Soul as well. As now Afrika looking to try and cut them off, but it is going to be a 5v5. And Afrika say, well, we don't have very much money. As Ace in the Hole comes down, a lot of damage there onto Keen. That is like two abilities. As there's the Cataclysm. Heroic Entrance going to come down
Good
as
night.
well. And Final Spark going to help take down the Ashe. Somehow Gumayushi is the one that's able to do it. Canna there with his Dominus still running, just looking to try and utilize it somewhere. But I have a feeling that this game is well and truly over. And Afrika, unfortunately, just too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, everything is just going so well for T1 in this opening series. They're up 8,000 gold here, sieging now the bottom tier 3 turret. And with Afrika's comp being the way that it is, the double mountain on the side of T1, there's no way to threaten this Caitlyn. I feel like it's looking pretty grim here for Afrika in game number 1. These situations that would have to unfold for them to come back is super unrealistic.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very, very tough. Also, you know, Luxury Guardian Angel coming through from Canna as well, so his ability to disrupt the front line is going to be even more difficult. Gumayushi has the most eclectic collection of items I've seen for a while, but no, he's going to make that Storm Razor complete. Wanted to get through some of these heavy armor targets. And that's why the Last Whisper was completed. But this was just the Cataclysmic Entrance. And no way for Afrika to do anything. The Wombo too strong. As Arrow is not going to find the mark there, but Canna is likely to fall. Gonna take Dread with him though, as he gets back to this minion wave. Hook is going to go wide, as Canna's pretty fast, but he will be slowed down. There's the knockup. Guardian Angel gonna be popped. Faker gonna be coming in here as Ellen finds the backside, and they took too long to take down the Crocodile. Mystic gonna be taken out. The Croc eventually falls, but T1 now in position to try and fight the flash forward, the life binding. It will be Fly falling down as Ben's going to get knocked up as well. Ellen playing very beautifully right now as Keen looking to try and find his way forward. Life binding doesn't connect. Neither does the Justice Punch, but there's the double kill for Gumayushi. And T1 playing with their food, smacking them with their wallet. As we've called this game over a few times, just taking T1 a little while to put the last nail in this coffin.
And it looks like this is going to be the final siege for what is gonna be the end of game number 1. You can see T1 are threatening the turrets right now. Towers are gonna be very quick to fall here.
Yeah, as Caitlyn does a hell of a lot of damage.
What Dread in front? No, they're losing some of the minions though, so we'll see what ends up happening. Kana doesn't have teleport, and T1's actually gonna be repelled.
Yeah, well, I mean, repelled or they've got a lot of money and they want to spend it. The Mountain Drake is going to be coming back up again in 20 seconds time. As Dread definitely wanting to stop some of these backs, does so with a Rampage as Gumayushi's going to get out of that brush. And oh my god. Okay, Ellen. That was definitely ballsy. As Faker looking to try and steal away this blue buff. 5 seconds on the Mountain Drake as Dread looks for the Gargoyle, but the horse is going to not be as amazing as you want. That's a 1,000 damage crit as Gumayushi's going to steal away the blue, sets up his wall of traps. And yeah, Dread's not going to be able to get in here, so this will just be Mountain Soul as we predicted. Helm over to the side, not going to be able to get any knockups, but there is the Cataclysm onto Dread. Ultimate is going to be able to get him out of there, but now it's not going to be used in the fight. As, oh my god, Gumayushi just pops Keen. Decent knock up there from Fly, but unfortunately just has nothing else that he can really offer. Faker's going to get rid of Mystic. A double kill now as he gets rid of the entire bottom lane. And Fly is going to go golden. And the Peacemaker was funny, but I think that the auto attacks do more damage here out of the Caitlyn. And now T1 are going to win the game. LS, I've said it 4 times. Maybe I'll be right this time.
Well, Faker and Hecarim here. Dread gonna have a little bit of a fight. Oh,
Yep,
okay,
looks
that's
like
just...
a little bit of tilt. As, oh, that's a cool look. Love it.
And that's gonna be it for game number 1 between T1 and Afrika, and the lineup looking really good.
And when it comes to debut games, you'd say 9-0-8's pretty good. You know? I reckon you'd be pretty happy with that one. Very nicely done from Gumayushi. He is, of course, playing the coveted Caitlyn, a very, very strong pick these days. But certainly going to be helping to settle the nerves for the new AD carry. Not new for T1, of course, has been on this roster for a really long time and playing with these players for a very long time. But playing on stage and playing in one of these big high-pressure matches is definitely a very different story. So congratulations. Debut scoreline, definitely better than any I've seen for quite some time. So,
yeah, and I feel like the T1, I mean, in this opening game, even though they had the Rift Herald macro blunder, the way that they operated as a unit was really, really good. You can tell that they were all pretty much on the same page at all points inside of the game. And that's one of the things that T1 in a lot of recent weeks has been lacking, is that they did not seemingly have a very real identity with one another. They seemed like they were forcing things that didn't need to be forced at particular points, but in this opening game, they seemed a lot more in unison all around.
Yeah, and I wonder whether this means that Spirit's going to be coming in early. I think that Dread had a pretty lackluster game, to be perfectly honest, but the main thing that Afrika needs is not to have Fly up against Canna, because that matchup looked like an absolute disaster, and I think that Arcane would be better suited to trying to keep down Canna than anything else, because like what happened on the top side of the map should not have happened.
No, I mean, it never should have happened whatsoever. So it's probably going to be that Kane has to go back up into top lane if this is going to be the story of what's happening, especially because Ornn is good into Renekton.
Yeah,
that's why getting 50 CS by 14 minutes and single-handedly paying for Boris's new mansion is probably not a very good indicator of what's to maybe come in game 2 if Fly was to stay up there in the top lane.
Yeah. And Boris doesn't need another mansion. I mean, we've seen in other regions just how much work he gets. So don't do that. Don't do that, guys. Boris doesn't deserve it. This I loved out of Faker, actually, the Justice Punch, able to follow up and guarantee the rest of those kills. But of course, that was a bit of tidy up. More than anything else, Keen chunked out before he could do anything. And then just the classic combos and nothing that Afrika could do.
I mean, things are a little bit questionable, obviously, for Afrika in this opening game. And like you're mentioning, with Spirit potentially coming back in game number 2 early, maybe we'll get a little bit of a different spin on the draft, a little bit of coordination difference. I just felt like they were never really able to get a footing on their own accord. And I think that a really big problem of it is that they were mostly playing 4 versus 5 because their Ornn was so stuck. And that creates a lot of problems in mid-game and even in later stages of the game. One of the things that stands out to me is also Fly's Ornn engage when Dragon was at 2,700 HP.
앞라인 봐야 돼 일단. 앞라인 본다.
Yeah, let's have a listen to this.
위에 좋아 위에 좋아. 아래 봐.
아래 기절 넣었어.
아래 잡았어.
아래 잡다. 아래 좋아.
쌈바 쌈바
어.
다 뛰었고 오른 봐 오른
끝내자 이거.
가면 끝나
여기까지 잡자. 야 죽여놔.
되지.
내가 먹을래. 내가
GG.
놔주고. 이거 놔주고. 아니 내가 먹을래. 내가 오케이. 형 먹어라.
바텀으로 가 바텀으로 바텀.
개라.
헷갈리 궁 있나?
없어
맞았어.
끝
끝났다. 죽여놔.
오케이. 미래 좀만 봐줘.
응 가은 중.
나머지 바텀 와.
죽여놨어. 굿.
잘했다.
Good. I can
우리가 이거
translate
더
that.
잘하니까 차분하게
Nice.
하면 이기대.
이거
근데 전령 때
천천히만 해.
걸었으면 이겼을 것 같아 먼저 걸었으면 이겼을 것 같아
먼저 걸었어야 되는데.
전령 치지 말고 나랑
이제-
가려고
Well, not
talking
exactly
about Rift Herald
overexcited
at
or
the
anything like that out of T1. But congratulations, definitely necessary here as Faker topped the damage in the entire game by a very large margin.
Yeah,
Nice. I
which
guess that's
is-
what happens when you just throw out damage in lane.
Yeah, it's pretty good performance by him on the Galio. A lot of things handed over to him. I actually gave the player of the game vote over to Kana, though, because I feel like the crater that was created in this game by the Renekton offsets and changes so many dynamics that should have otherwise been able to be possible, and all of it was done by himself. He didn't have the most impressive KDA of all of his teammates, nor did he deal the most damage, but I think that his influence in the game changes everything. It affects jungle, it affects mid, pressures Afrika in so many ways because they just think, well, our top laner's down 2 levels in 50 farm, and it's only getting worse.
Exactly right. I actually thought the cannon warped that draft a lot for T1. So very impressive stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. go high, 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you loud Real, real world Here to light it up Set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the Sorry, I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no, it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane It's crazy Sorry, not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 해 Look at the gold, all on my chest Look at the gold, call it a flex
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the regional qualifier here for the LCK for 2020. These are the last couple of matches that we have here for domestic LCK for 2020. And Afrika didn't really manage to do too much to dissuade T1 from taking this series. Looking forward to what they can do in game number 2, because game 1, it's not really looking like what they wanted. Fly had such a good day yesterday, and started today not great at all.
No, and I think that coming into game number 1, maybe he was just a little bit off, and perhaps he can obviously pull that back in game number 2. Gumayushi is having a pretty good series so far for his debut performance. Obviously, Caitlyn performance super nice. Kana seems like he's in form today, which is exactly what T1 need him to be in today's series, especially if Keen pivots back up into the top lane in game number 2. We'll see if there's going to be any substitutions with okay, and speak of the devil, there it is. Yeah. Spirit will be coming in for Afrika, and this might change up the draft a little bit, and we'll see what sort of a spin it can put on it. But T1 now, I think they're probably feeling a little bit good. They showed a very marksman-centric comp in game number 1. We'll see if they keep that for game 2.
Yeah, I expected this particular sub. Unfortunately, they don't really have a mid lane sub, so Fly is going to have to try once again to figure things out. But maybe he'll be back in the mid lane, and that might help him out this time around. But I think that now Lilia bans are going to be a little bit more prevalent, as Spirit definitely an upgrade over Dread. I think it's surprising that he was even ran in game number 1. Because Spirit has just been performing so much better. So looking forward to what Spirit's going to be able to do, and I expect a closer game in game number 2 based on the jungle matchup this time around. T1 in a bit of a if it ain't broke, don't fix it type situation. As a team, they only died 5 times in game number 1. So very understandable that they're going to stick with this roster, a brand new one. And Gumayushi, let's see whether he actually dies this series. He may not. Currently, he's on 9-0-8 as far as his score. Can't really define a KDA just yet without dividing by 0. So very impressive stuff from the brand new AD carry. But not likely to get Caitlyn on the red side this time around. So I think this is going to be a different game. And I think this time, T1 might be leaving up something like the Callista, because Gumayushi is a bit of a savant when it comes to playing that Draven. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do there.
Yeah, Draven, obviously, we did get to see it last week. Come back into the LCK, came into the Callista, so that's very exciting to see. Teams around the world, problem is that most marksman players can't play Draven. He's way too difficult of a champion, takes a lot of time to actually get used to, and that's one of the issues. So with Callista in the meta, normally you would think of, well, we could actually see him come out here. Normally, most players can't play it. Gumayushi is one of the other Draven players. There's not many in Korea, even in solo queue. And so we'll see if something like that...
There are 3 of them. There are actually 3 of them in the LCK, and 2 of them are on T1. Yep. Teddy and Gumayushi, both of them do play some Draven. Teddy, back in the day, definitely loved picking up that Draven over and over again. So I think his win rate on Draven is actually ludicrous when it comes to Teddy, but just shows that he probably was helping Gumayushi out with some of his Draven play as well, especially when it comes to adapting it for the pro scene. So looking forward to this one. I don't think it's necessarily that Draven's super hard. He's just way different to every other marksman in the game, right? You just have to play very differently. So it's a different skill set that you do have to pick up. So looking forward to seeing what Gumayushi's going to do in game number 2. And I think this is going to need a bit of a change up when it comes to the playstyle, because Caitlyn very sit back, try and position, play safe until you can sort of blow through a team fight. And he was doing that very well, but we're going to call on him for something else moving into this game, because I expect the Caitlyn to be gone. In fact, I expect T1 to ban it. And here we are in the ban and pick for game number 2. Afrika move over to the blue side, and we have correct color coordination here for both of our teams. So for those of you at home with your OCD, this is going to feel much better.
Well, Jedi versus the Sith here is what we got going on. Alright. Azir is going to be the first one banned away. Lilia instantly banned by T1.
Yeah, Twist of Fate once again. So Afrika going to be not swaying from their initial bans this time around. Lilia and the Caitlyn. Exactly what we predicted out of T1. And there's the Akali ban from Afrika. So looking for a different first pick. Renekton standing out at this point in time. We'll see whether they do actually commit to the Crocodile. This T1, they could ban it if they want to. Certainly still a lot of things are left on the table. They did have the flexibility to ban Nautilus and the Kalista last time around, but this time Kalista is going to be left available. And Lucian is going to be locked in. Another ban that got through this time on Afrika's side. As T1 thinking about the Crocodile, but with that Lucian sitting there, the Renekton doesn't feel quite as good.
Well, Lucian most likely would end up in top lane for Keen, I would imagine. Just another one of those very strong laning champions that you would want in the hands of Keen. Volibear is going to be locked in here by T1 as the R1 pick.
Electric Bear to come through here is Ellen. Let's see where he decides to go. They could take something like an Ashe for a safe pick. Still a few other options available to them. We are expecting the Volibear to go into the jungle, but I don't expect a top lane pick. Ooh, although looks like Canna still wants to go for it. And that is going to throw away the flex potential of the Volibear and also potentially throw Canna into what can be a very difficult matchup, especially against a player like Keen, if he is the one wielding the Lucian.
And this is definitely very surprising to come out by T1. And now Afrika, I mean, they can know that the opponents have a very big emphasis on hard engage, given the trajectory of where a draft is headed when it selects Volibear and Renekton super early on. There's very limited options to pivot away into. Set now being picked up. Still going to be a triflex most likely. In theory, I guess it could be a quadriflex, but I guess that is a little less common.
I'm expecting it into the jungle, personally, as there's the Kalista.
Will we get Draven?
I mean, Gumayusi could do it right now, if he would like to. I don't know whether Afrika are going to invest a ban into it. That's the other side of things. As there's only 9 seconds to go, Faker's still thinking about this one. We'll see where he goes. He might actually lock down a mid laner and then try and ban out counters, but there it is, the Draven, and it's going to be locked away. This is an absolute treat coming out of the bottom lane for T1 Gumayusi. The last time he played this actually in solo queue, after I checked it out earlier on, he was 12-2-6. Yeah, with the Manamune and Sanguine Blade build that we did see coming out from Ghost as well. As the Nidalee ban comes through here for T1. Of course, not entirely sure that the set is going to go into the jungle. Ben could, of course, be piloting that towards the bottom side.
Well, big brothers all around here, and I am very excited to see it yet again. Ghost ended up piloting it. He had a bit of the blue sword syndrome going on there.
Blades.
And, yeah, the blue blades happening in his game. So we'll see if Gumayusi is going to be able to maybe get the ball rolling a lot faster. I love seeing stuff like this. Now, with all these physical damage champions, I'm really curious to see what could end up happening. I would really, really like to see Volibear be pivoted into top, Renekton go mid, and then still have a mage come out inside of the jungle. I think that would probably be the best thing that you could end up doing. But I don't know if that's on T1's agenda, because when you do that, you also amplify Draven even further.
Yeah.
As you make it a lot more difficult for the opponents. Echo now getting banned.
That means the Fly wants to play Syndra.
Yeah. What a kill lane.
Yeah. And I actually really like this. T1 can continue flexing. They could go for a Karthus last pick here if they would like to, because there is a hell of a lot of physical damage. They are looking for magic from somewhere. Of course, we are expecting Faker to have that last pick, as it's likely that Canna is going to be the one piloting the Renekton, but anything could happen at this stage, and we know that Faker's champion pool is very, very deep. Afrika, 3 seconds to go, need to make up their mind. There's the Syndra as we were expecting, of course given away by the Echo ban that did come out earlier. And this is one of Fly's better champions. He does like spheres. Orianna and Syndra, definitely two of those picks that he does like. Speaking of Orianna, could work quite well on T1's side. At the same time, as 14 seconds for Ben to figure out how they want to round out this Afrika comp.
It would be pretty insane if we saw something like Fizz end up coming out, even though Syndra is locked in. Afrika's team comp is pretty sinful as well, so both teams are super early game focused. Bard's being hovered, and I'm trying to think what champions are in the B letter in the Korean client that I don't know. Okay, Zoe.
Yep, it's going to be Zoe instead. So a little bit of mid-game focus here, especially with Renekton and Zoe occupying the solo lanes here on T1's side. It's going to be a lot on Faker to take care of all of the magic damage, but this is a composition that is going to win at 25 minutes or lose. This is definitely very, very all-in. But the bottom lane, certainly huge advantages. I'm just scared for T1 on the top side of the map because Keen, we know what he can do with this Lucian pickup. And yes, Renekton can win the matchup, but I just don't know whether Canna versus Keen, the Renekton's going to win the matchup because I do have a lot of respect for Keen's ability to play a counter matchup better than most, right? And we've seen Renekton's come out of the end of this matchup quite okay. But based on the caliber of Keen's Lucian, I don't think it should be the case this time.
It should be a really hard matchup for T1, and the very peculiar thing is they knew that they were drafting into this. So we'll see if Renekton manages to beat Boris with some of his items, pick up the Ninja Tabi and the Bramble Vest early on, or if Elam is going to sin out of his mind to try to offset the pressure up in top lane. But like you mentioned, Atlas, both of these team compositions are not intending to go the distance. And so we should have a very action-packed or early and mid-game focused game. Emphasis on soul captures is going to be very important. It should be in T1's favor, though, with the way that the lanes are set up.
Well, especially bottom side, Dragon controls should be forever in the control of T1. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2.
Draven.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to do here.
Has the cleanse on him as well. And this is going to be the main focus as Butterfree is going to disappear.
Yeah, and we saw Ghost pick up the Manamune, but we saw, I believe it was Han Sama, go back to the old build, which was the first item, Bloodthirster. We're not expecting that one out of Gumayusi this time around, though. So still showing that, you know, there are a lot of options that you can go for, as it's game 2. And so what happens is we get pauses. And we did tell you that the first season of the Pog State was over, but don't worry, it's back. Here we are.
It is definitely back. Unsure what...
Yeah, we've got some audio stuff going on. I believe it was a Discord issue or something like that over on the Afrika side. So not going to be something like we had during the final.
I just really hope that we get a 4-hour pause.
Well, I mean, now that you say it, do we have anything better to do? I don't think so. You know, this is what we want. We want to hang out at home and just chat to you guys, the collective, about what's been going on. You had a new show that you did last night. As we are back into the game, but we can talk about that. You're on with like Dom and Dagon, right?
Oh yeah, Face Check. We've been doing that a couple of weeks now.
Nice. How's it been going?
It's been going real good. It's really nice. I stream it. Dom uploads it. That's how it goes.
Nice. Actually, I've been watching a bit of Dagon recently. I hung out with him at Worlds last year, and he's a really cool guy. But I've been watching a bit of Summoners War Esports, and he's been hosting the Americas side of that too. So cool to see friends getting work, especially in these challenging times. As let's bring our minds back to the game just a little bit, having a little bit of a hover over this Hail of Blades Draven, which is definitely the standard Draven build at this point in time. Nothing to worry about there. There's effort. Skin choice on point, not necessarily coordinated, but it's damn cool, this Pantheon skin.
And you can see double axes. being spun right now by
Yep.
Gumayushi. Taking the lane a little bit slow, not just auto-attacking.
This is
Off,
where all of the
cooldown.
Tyler 1 fans are now analysts, right? Because they've
Oh,
been
yeah.
watching this so much, they feel like they know everything about Draven.
I mean, don't you?
Yeah, I
Come
mean,
on.
it's me too. That's how I know that Draven
Listen.
exists.
Gumayushi might be on T1, but he'd be lucky if he could play as good as Tyler.
Well, in goes effort. Gumayushi with the W. Lots of damage. But not exactly enough as Faker. Down to 200 here in the mid lane up against Fly as both of them going through their consumables. Faker down to 1 charge left on that corrupting pot. As Spirit looking for a bit of an invade here. Will find Ellen with a very healthy red buff. And that's a big health advantage there as Ellen turns on the Siren. Faker with the inside track though. Fly is going to be right here as Ellen down to 200 himself. Oh, that's big true damage and the bubble isn't going to connect. Spirit flashes forward. Oh, he's going to cancel the auto attack and there is the blast cone to get Ellen to safety. A little bit of a misstep there from Spirit, but still looking like he is able to dictate the pace in the jungle.
Yeah. And a little interesting, and we knew that Spirit would do stuff like this, obviously, on the set. Tries to get aggressive and offset things very early on. Meanwhile, though, down in bot lane for T1, they are having a very good time right now.
Exactly what
And
they want.
okay, get the bone plating off the Taric. I think they're thinking about maybe trying to coordinate a dive.
Ellen's at
Yeah.
half health. This is going to be risky.
Well, Pantheon E. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, right.
Pantheon's ability to juggle everything. Bone plating not available. And you can tell. They smell it. They know it's a possibility.
Yeah,
And oh,
Gumayushi
man.
threatening with that W. It's now on cooldown, and he doesn't exactly have a lot of health.
No.
As Ben and Mystic come back. Diving a Taric is rough, even without ultimate, just because of the healing. But Keen getting all in by Canna here, but that's going to be first blood in the solo kill. Unfortunately, those solo kill stats are not going to be getting extended by Canna. It's the solo death that he's going to pick up there. And this is exactly what we illustrated at the beginning of the game. This was going to be a rough matchup.
This is going to indeed be pretty hard. Now, he does zone him off of the cannon, so a little bit of 5-head right there.
Yeah,
it's all
there
just
we
part
go.
of the plan, yeah.
He took a crocodile over a cannon.
Yeah.
And, you know, in a battle, I'd probably
Oh,
take
man.
cannon.
Well, you can see Keen gonna teleport on the back minion, Kana trying to keep the wave in front of his turret, but let's see how this all transpires. Yeah, I don't know what Kana's doing. He goes for the trade there, double slice and dice. Just doesn't have the damage, really overestimated. And Keen, he still had a biscuit. He didn't even pop it.
Yeah, didn't have to.
So, very confident that there was no way that he would actually die there.
And this is very different. Even Fly is having a pretty good time here in the mid lane. It is going to be entirely even when it comes to CS. But you can see lane priority going over to the Syndra, which is exactly what you want to be doing, right? You want to be able to create as much space for the set jungle as possible, because he just doesn't clear as fast as something like a Volibear does. The reason you pick set into Volibear is based on teamfight matchup, right? Because you get to superplex the Volibear out after he ults himself in, and you can get extra damage there with the high health bar that he does have. So Spirit looking for a bit of a gank here towards the top side. And I don't see Canna actually going for any aggression, because we saw what happened last time. As Keen might be able to get himself a plate, as Spirit is in position. Cheeky little shot there by Keen as he dashes out of the way. Now with that on cooldown and taking a turret shot, he's attempting to bait,
Yeah.
but Canna's having none of it.
Trying to tell a story that would convince Kana that maybe all-ending him with Dominus and Flash would end up being worthwhile, but not going to narrate it well enough. And this is going to be the third turret plate falling down here in bottom. Solo going over to Draven, so really nice coordination by Gumayushi and effort. Baker's a little trapped in laning phase right now, though. He's extremely low on mana. Does have the teleport available, so Fly's very low as well. So in that regard, Baker's actually doing very good. Gumayushi gonna even pick up the Scuttle Crab.
Yep, almost towards his Mirror Mana, or Mana Mune, sorry. Not very close to the Mirror Mana, because of course Pickaxe start to continue the dominance when it comes to the laning phase. Laning is a little bit more difficult when you go the Manamune build because you don't have that overshield so early that Draven absolutely loves, allowing you to play extraordinarily aggressively without being able to be punished too much because of Bloodthirster's incredible amount of lifesteal. The damage potential definitely a little bit higher when it comes to getting that transformation and the power spike, which is about the time where you want to start cashing in for those adoration stacks. And speaking of those, we're stacking them up pretty high, hovering over the Pantheon right now, so can't actually see what the number is, but Gumayusi juggling pretty well here towards the bottom side.
It's doing very good so far down here on the Draven. They've gotten themselves so much gold, and that's what's helping keep the gold score so close. As Keen, now he has the culling. He's probably going to utilize it here, I would imagine. After getting the bone plating, we'll see. He ends up dishing it out.
Yep, ardently blazes Canna there, as you can see. And these passive double taps are getting a little bit frightening. So maybe a little bit of wasted time there for Keen. I know you talk about cheetah recalls all the time, but wasn't exactly able to get too much that was relevant underneath that turret. But just wanting to stick around in lane for a little while longer was the Lucian. You can understand why, because he's ahead by a gigantic margin. As Gumayushi's actually heading towards top lane. They want to kill Keen.
Yeah. They are trying to get out of this laning phase. They feel like the advantages they secured down in bottom is big enough now, and they want to do the flip. I'm very surprised they're doing this, though, prior to getting the Mountain Dragon, because it's such a valuable Drake for both of these two teams, given that they're both all-in centric. So, a little surprising.
They already lost an entire minion wave bottom lane as well, so they are in a deficit, as you can see in the gold score. As Spirit in position, that ward probably going to get a lot of value, as Spirit hasn't actually stepped out of the Tri-Brush just yet, and things are starting to get very, very dark.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's the blast cone as he hits his sweeper and has to walk back around. Canna moves down towards the bottom side. And yeah, T1 just trying to share their power around as Gumayusi gets further ahead. But
Afrika, I mean, they're trying to start the Rift Herald here, but this is really surprising. There's no reason to really do this, because if they blunder this, all of Lucian's pressure is going to be offset.
Yeah, and theoretically, if Gumayushi's able to get any of these kills, then that's a lot of money going over to T1. However, Gumayusi not able to get it with the Whirling Death, and that is going to be Shelly secured. Bubble connecting onto Fly once again. Nice little geometry there, played by Faker, as he doesn't find the Paddle Star off the other end of it. Level 9 should help him out when it comes to landing Bubble into Paddle Star, even when the cooldown is not necessarily up there yet.
I just have no idea what the whole point of the rotation is. You can see they're re-swapping. I don't know what is going on right now. As they're going to send Keen back down into bottom, and this is going to mean the Mountain Dragon gets picked up for free, and this is something that never should have happened. This just feels like Afrika is blundering here. They're actually putting Renekton into a lane that he's going to be happy with. As weird as that sounds, the 2v1 is much more ideal. And if they take his turret, he's just going to get free farm in the long range in top, and T1's not really going to care about this.
Well, you can see it's taking a while for LM to take down the Rift Herald, but that is a lot of plate gold going over to Mystic. They want to try and get their Callista back into this game. I guess it's a priority problem as Dazzle's going to miss. Good dice out from Canna as Mystic. Not going to be tanking up that turret because it's Ben that just holds onto the aggro for as long as he can. But plates, plates, plates. And the Rift Herald not really meaning too much, right? Because the same amount of plates are going to be consumed here by T1 on the bottom side. And so as the dust settles, it's Keen that's getting wrecked here. And I agree with you. I think that being able to get down there and challenge for the Drake, as here's the Cosmic Radiance. As Canna gonna get back. That's a face breaker. The Crocodile looking to try and take down the Taric, but there's the Fate's Call. Good knock-up, and all the sticks gonna get pulled out, and that is going to be a handbag there towards the top side. Whirling Death not doing anything there. I'm usually just throwing it out as a celebration.
At the end of it all, I mean, T1 are very happy no matter what. He bought so much time. And even though Renekton ends up going down, Just look at how T1 coordinated their bottom lane. They get the first turret of the game. That's really helping offset the pressure, and now Renekton's gonna be very happy. The top tier 1 turret goes down. He's thinking to himself, wow, delicious. I no longer have to run up in a long lane against Lucian, or if he goes down into bottom lane, now he's the one with a turret. He's able to hug it down in bottom tier 1, and there's not a dragon, so it's not like he's missing out on anything. Faker winning against Fly in mid lane. He's up a level, and he's up 2 turret plates.
Yeah, the pressure definitely going back in favor of Faker in that lane after we did see Fly have a decent start. Afrika still ahead when it comes to money. Blade of the Ruined King completed here for Keen as his first item. So not going for, you know, the Chovy line of thinking, which is Essence Reaver as Effort. Going to get a bit of a stun there onto Mystic. The Ignite going down as well as Mystic's trying to hop over that wall. Eventually has the flash as Effort just gets the 1v1. Support versus
Support
AD.
champ, by the way.
What a disaster.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Pantheon support. And it's so surprising it took so long for players to start playing him, because the item rework that happened at the very start of the season, making it easier to pick up these power items even faster, incentivizes carry supports a lot more, because they're able to get to their first core and second core items pretty reliably inside of games. Pantheon, one of the strongest utilizers of cheap items, given how much value he gets with Serrated Dirk.
Yeah. And the power of Umbral Glaive just as a support item in general. It's very, very strong. So I appreciate it as well. Thank you very much, Beryl, for bringing that into our lives. As Bubble's going to connect here. Onto Fly. Fake uses the last of his mana there as Whirling Death isn't going to pick up the kill. It's Effort that gets yet another one. 100% of T1's kills right now. As if we had Player of the Game votes, then mine would be already going over to Effort.
Yep. And Yushi just trying to get as many stacks as he possibly can right now.
Yep, close to 400 at this point. Getting a bit blue on those blades.
Kana here, I mean, he manages to almost get the entirety of the minion wave, that one melee minion. Kalista ultimate ends up coming out. He tries to flash outside the range of the rend.
칼리 여기.
아래. 너 탐빌게.
나 칼리 좀 싸울게.
볼게 이거.
노플.
얘네
나이스.
올라오고 있어. 얘네 올라오고 있다.
나 뺄 수 있어. 뺄 수 있어. 칼리도.
Kalista no spell. And then right here, Kalista. Draven sends in the Whirling Death, and he was feeling a little bit regretful that she was right at the edge. Couldn't quite cash in.
Yep. I do like the positioning, though. I think that if Fly had a flash, then the Whirling Death would have hit. So it was like, pick your poison in that instance. Fly making the right choice not to flash, but I think I would have cleansed if I was him. Decides instead to die, which, you know, flash cooldown, dead. Cleanse cooldown and dead. Definitely, I'd take the cleanse cooldown personally. As Mystic. Oh my god, the amount of burst damage. As there's a flat forward and Faker just picks him off. Good night, Mr. Kalista, as it's now Mystic's turn to underperform in this game.
And T1, now with a pretty commanding lead, 2,500 gold. Wait for Draven, though, to cash in once, and the gold lead is going to explode even further. Ocean Dragon likely going to go the way of them. It's coming up in 13 seconds. They already have the Volibear in proximity. It looks like Gumayushi, though, he's going to come over. He's continuing to stack up these Adoration stacks, and it looks like Keen might be next on the chopping block, but no, they respect it. Spirit's moving in. You can see the ping by Faker, I assume, onto that Ocean Dragon. Also rolled a Redemption.
Good
so
player.
You can tell he's proficient at Zoe.
Yep, Spirit over to the side. T1 knows exactly what's going on here, as they are going to trade Drake for Herald. And T1 have played the map better, and they've also been able to play these fights better and these skirmishes better. So it is T1 just looking like a stronger team right now in this particular game, despite the fact that Afrika did have slight gold leads early on, and Keen really doing a number on the Renekton. Just hasn't seemed to matter, as all of these minions are going to waste on the bottom side. Fly will get in and pick up some of this experience at least. As, okay, also Will is going to help out there as he throws those minions back, but that was a lot that went missing here on bottom side of the map.
And Kana, right now, he's going to instantly shove out the wave. This is about the time that I cry about no freezing. This is right around the exact moment in the game. Because Afrika is so far behind in the game that if Renekton just pulls that wave, there's nothing for Keen to do. And he's going to end up hemorrhaging his CS advantage, and Renekton can actually mitigate it. Or he overextends in the lane and just dies to T1 because they're the ones with autonomy on the map right now. They get control and say over everything that happens. Clouddrake, it's up in 4 minutes. He might be dead.
Yeah,
Whoa!
Alan's going to come through, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do anything because Faker just takes care of it by himself. That was a no-flash Zoe that just absolutely obliterated the top laner of Afrika, and he has no way of getting out of any of that CC. So that is just good night Lucian. And Faker's playing extraordinarily well this game. In fact, this whole series feels like the comeback to the god of the mid lane. And I, for one, am very happy to see it.
Yeah. I mean, right now, in this game, everyone on T1 is just so far ahead, with the exception being the Renekton, who understandably had a very rough laning phase against the Lucian, but now Kana has transitioned out. We're now in the mid game, and all the other champions are very, very, very far ahead at this point in time. Like the itemization out of Faker, he has the Sword Pen Boots and the Oblivion Orb. No MR present on the enemy team, so you take a look at Syndra, she has 42 MR. 43, she just leveled up. Faker penning 33 of that, dealing near true damage to a lot of the members on the side of Afrika.
Oh my god.
And the timing lines up right there.
이제 다음 선푸시 한번 밀려.
Yeah, this Faker will find Keen here.
35 MR on Lucian. He has 2 MR against him.
아래만 줘봐, 아래만 줘봐. 내가 잡았어 이거. 아래만 줘면. 찍지 마. 잡았어. 미드 5인이다 이번에.
Jeez.
막으러 갈게.
That's some scary stuff.
And Faker, it looks like he is going into the Rabadon's Death Cap as his next item, as he picks up the needlessly large rod. I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't just outright pick up the Mage Eyes right now, given that the game is in a bit of downtime. And a fight, if it would unfold at Clouddrake, could be pretty big. We've seen this a lot in Europe. The Mage Eyes picked up very early on in the mid stages of the game. The item's just so powerful.
Yep, also a very good snowball item, and for a comp like this, certainly does work out very, very well there also. And so I would also like the idea. Effort is just going to put up the shield, and this is the value of the Pantheon. He is going to have to flash to get out of the way, but he gets a culling for his trouble. And T1 continue to plow ahead.
Yeah.
Pantheon's a hell of a champion, dude.
He is very good. He is a nice spell.
Yeah.
And seems like right now, T1, they're just going to wait, play slow and steady. And this is pretty good League of Legends out of T1 here. Very, very, very clean play. It's not dominating and creating avalanches in the way that Damwon is, but they seem to be very aware of what the state of the game is and what they need to do in order to win. They're not trying to force anything or doing anything a little bit too reckless. And nice attempt by Kana.
Yep, throws out his Blade of the Ruined King at Keen. I like that he's still playing aggressively, 0-2-0, so definitely not the performance that he had in game number 1, but definitely not the same matchup either. As Keen's Lucian, very different to Fly's Ornn, as Spirit is going to be able to lock away his big chicken. And now, with the Clouddrake spawning in 25 seconds, I have a feeling that T1 should be able to isolate Soul Point very, very conveniently. And I actually quite like Cloud Soul for Draven. He likes throwing out Whirling Death as often as he possibly can. So we do like to talk about Cloud Soul benefiting the team that does like to use R buttons a lot. And I guess, you know, T1 like their R buttons.
Well, Cloud Soul, very good for Volibear, Renekton, and Pantheon in particular, once they end up getting there, the MS.
Yep.
As almost a 5,000 gold lead here for T1, and I feel like Afrika, I mean, this is their funeral if they try to genuinely take a fight, although Effort gonna get popped.
He's gonna get popped. Unfortunately, the E is, it's very powerful, but not quite that powerful. As Afrika waited out and do manage to grab the kill. They will also follow it up with a turret here, so a bit of resurgence out of Afrika as Ellen puts on the Siren. Isn't able to get the stun or anything like that onto Keen. As Bubble not going to connect with anything either. So Afrika just going to start off this Drake, and T1's plans are going to get hindered
You know
for
what?
the next little while.
It was all part of the plan, Atlas. What's going to happen here is Pantheon with his ultimate. No, never mind. It does not seem like that's going to be the case. But it was not a cruel ploy in the end, as they're now headed towards the Baron, and you can see Afrika. They're respecting that this might actually be something that's happening, and Draven, pretty good at taking
Fly has his
Baron.
blue trinket, so he puts it down in the Baron pit. They do spot it out as the bubble is not going to connect. Afrika are going to move around it. Effort over to the side. T1 now going to be peeling off the Baron. They're looking for a team fight. Now they're back to a 5v5. Good stun is going to land as the Superplex is going to get in there, and the double face breaker from Spirit. Cosmic Radiance, perfect timing as Spirit flashes forward with the Haymaker, and T1 are going to get wiped out. That's a great knock-up to land onto Effort. He should be free food here for Afrika, as Mystic is going to be able to help take him out. Elam's also going to fall as Fly picks that one up, and Afrika are back in it.
I feel like I caster cursed T1 in some weird way where I was commenting how safe and calculated their play was and that it was very correct with everything that was going on. And then in the last 1 minute, it was some of the sloppiest play in playoffs that we've seen in terms of decision making, pretty much all around. So Gumayushi, he doesn't end up dying, so that's pretty fortunate. He's not one of the members that ends up biting the dust. But let's just take a look at this. Why is Effort randomly in mid here? Why is that ward of any importance with the wave coming in? And so he just gets trapped, and then they start up the Baron. Elam takes 50% of his life. Kana just randomly begging Syndra to QE combo him. And then Faker off on the right-hand side. There's no way to take this fight from this angle. And they're lucky that this is all that they lost in the end, because this is a pretty awful series of decisions.
Yeah. Not much more to say. As Fly very easily takes down the Volibear. So T1 back here again. We did talk about if at first you don't succeed. But I don't know whether trying for this Baron at 24 minutes is going to net better results the second time around. As T1 do still have a gold advantage. Gumayushi especially very far ahead when it comes to gold. But you can see the gold graph is showing Afrika coming back up again.
Yeah. Well, T1, I mean, they're still ahead right now inside of this game. Taric, though, the longer that the game goes on, he becomes scarier and scarier, as it's going to be more difficult to really beat him in the later stages, especially as defensive itemization starts coming in more. Don't look at Faker's inventory is one of the things that I would say.
Oh, man, it was looking so good.
It was
with
looking
that
real
needlessly
good,
large
yeah.
rod, and then Boris just gets in his ear and says, "No, you got to finish that book, man."
Buy my book.
And Faker's like, "Oh, you have an autobiography? That's so cool." As because of that, Faker is going to reset the blue buff, which is absolutely not what he wants. Eventually, he will be able to pick this one up quite nicely and put some sparkles into it, and that is going to be blue secured. 2-0-1, so you can't complain too much if you're a Faker fan. But I would have liked to see something like a Death Cap. Edge of Night completed here by Gumayushi. He definitely wants to be able to cash in, though. These stacks are getting out of control. 730. The blades are so blue.
Oh, they are very big right now. He just needs one kill. He's been waiting for this for a while.
Yeah, well, Spirit might be delivering it to him as he superplexes right on in. Gumayushi gets on over the top. It's a big shield from the Haymaker as the Culling's going to zone out the Draven for now. Faker grabs that kill as the Whirling Death isn't able to do so. He flashes forward, finds the bubble as well. But enough distance has been created as Ben is going to survive for the minute. Definitely scary stuff, though, and Spirit now being dead means that T1 can try this play once again if they would like to. Mystic getting chunked just a little bit. Faker picks up a Blade of the Ruin King.
Curious why he's not standing in the Draven spot, where he can just stand still and endlessly catch the axes.
Oh yeah, true. Well, Ben is going to find a Dazzle onto Faker.
Fly!
There's the Blast Cone, and Fly is going to get blown up. Fate's call comes down. Mystic trying to fight this one out. That's a great stand aside as Ben. He's going to be the first one to go down. No! Actually, it's going to be Gumayushi. Double kill for Mystic. Sorry, Keen's going to grab one as well. And there we go. All of the emotes come out. A triple kill and a double. The full house for the AD carries on Afrika's side.
And Afrika, I mean, I don't know what's going on right now. We got a baseball game on our hands, Atlas, because there is a lot of throwing going on here. This is one of the most confusing games all around. Take a look at this. So, Spirit superplexes backwards the Volibear. Gumayushi getting zoned out there by the Draven, and so he ends up backing up, doesn't cash in his stacks. They have a very good angle. And then right here, also not utilizing the Draven spot to get the endless auto attacks. Take a look at what happens. They could have just given this kill to Draven. He would have cashed in. And then I almost feel like this is tilt by him as they run forward. Yes, Ben just barely lives. We mentioned this earlier about Taric. He can become very obnoxious in the later stages of the game. And now T1, they lose the Baron. They're going to pick up the Cloud Dragon, but what a series of blunders by this team.
Absolute disaster. And as well, a whole lot of those Adoration stacks now down the toilet for this Draven. Not going to be getting online anytime soon now, especially with this Kalista being very, very big. Death's Dance as well as Ninja Tabi means that Mystic's actually quite tanky also and has all of that that lifesteal available. And now Afrika have grabbed themselves the gold lead. You can see they had a little bit of a slump, you know, shareholders got a little bit worried, but now they're back into it. We're investing in Afrika.
Well,
as, I don't know, maybe it's Boris switching sides of the map that's led us to this point.
Well, Gumayushi now down to 220 stacks on Draven. That definitely hurts.
Yeah, that's devastating.
He is getting to get them back up, though, really quick. Trying to do everything that he possibly can. Actually, probably prefers the Baron minions to be buffed, so he can auto them a little bit more. Now the siege is coming in. The real question, though, is that Afrika now is the one in a very commanding position. The items are very in their favor. Faker yet to have that death cap completed. I think Ella might be building Locket.
Ooh, culling. Not doing enough. And yeah, that'd be interesting. Looking forward to seeing it. Zeke's Harbinger done for Ben as well, so he's going to be buffing up Mystic even further. The Kalista going to be very important for these guys. Keen looking for his Essence Reaver, does have QSS done. Very valuable up against Faker, who has been landing a lot of these bubbles throughout the mid-game. He's got a death cap, speaking of which, and Gumayushi is going to be able to plow through this red buff very comfortably. And man, I'm getting worried for T1. I feel like their time is slowly running out. As we've got another BF sword for Mystic, the triple lifesteal will be coming in very, very soon. And the Essence Reaver is now done. Keen is a raid boss right now. He's very, very scary.
Yes. 3 items on the Lucian. Has Black Cleaver, Essence Reaver, and Blade of the Ruin King. QSS there as well as the defensive measure. And now T1 they're the ones that are behind. They do have the Cloud Soul coming up. I mean, if Gumayushi can get one fight and get a turning, he probably just actually gets both item completions. He'll end up picking up his 4th and 5th item probably at the same time, which is pretty big. They might find it here.
Okay, and he does have flash available. Immediate QSS. That was very Captain Jack. Loved it. As there's the fadeaway culling as well to soften the members of T1. And now Keen looking to try and turn it. Spirit, can he find the correct engage? So far, not exactly there just yet. Good phase breaker as effort gets over the wall. T1 actually trying to start this fight off. As there's the Cosmic Radiance, and now Afrika pull the trigger. Fly landing a nice stun. There's the knockup. Ben goes through with the Dazzle. He's going to sacrifice himself as the blades are going to be cashed in, but Mystic still bouncing around the battle and is going to be able to pick up one of the kills. Faker now running for the hills as Afrika are going to win yet another team fight.
And it looks like Fly is on the hunt for Faker. Not going to be able to get him, though, in the end. And so now you can see Keen running through the red side jungle, but still, Draven did cash in. before he ended up dying. And so that is a victory in itself. So even though it's 2-3 in favor of Afrika, the Draven passive is helping to mitigate that a little bit. Faker, though, actually going to die.
Yeah, Ellen also in trouble as there's the point-blank culling as Keen goes past the turret to get that solo kill onto the volley bear. This is what happens when the top laner of Afrika is enabled. And I'm just so happy to see Keen playing well, man. It just, been talking this guy up, hasn't been performing all season. And finally here in the Gauntlet and in the playoffs, Keen looking good.
And you're going to see Elam on the right-hand side in this team fight. He's looking for an angle to re-engage. Effort goes over the wall, but he's being very conservative in this team fight, and then it becomes a full-on disengage. T1 on the opposite side of the map. And Elam, I mean, he jumps into the fight. He does literally nothing, actually. I guess he Qs at the end, the Peacemaker set, and that ends up being it. Summons a lightning strike, and Faker, I don't know why he took the route that he did rather than just trying to run into Fog of War somewhere and recall. He kept trying to run back to the Odin safe haven that was his base, but now 4,000 gold lead for Afrika, and they're going to pick up the Cloud Dragons.
Yep, this is going to be their second Drake of the game, denying this Cloud Soul over and over again. Are Afrika with their advantages that they have been picking up, close to a 4,000 gold lead. Another BF sword done for Keen. Looks like Infinity Edge might be coming in as fourth item. That is definitely a lot of damage out of the Lucian. Just the Mercurial Scimitar after that to be completed. As Mystic hasn't been home in a while, I don't think. He's been sitting on these items for a really long time, but I guess only really has the option of completing the Bloodthirster, which is a bit of an investment. There's some popcorn chicken, going to be delicious here for Afrika. As Baron is available, and Afrika just wondering how to set up for it, as Gumayusi going to tank the culling, but the decent stun to knock Keen out of it, and Gumayusi back to full health very, very quickly.
Well, T1 are posturing around right now. Baron is live. We're still going to fight on our hands. Afrika, they are favored right now inside of this game, but it's not impossible for T1 to obviously win a team fight and then turn things around. It does feel like they are playing a bit of a 4 versus 5 though at this point in the game, because Renekton can't do a whole lot. Very hard for him to fight into Taric at this point. He ends up working against T1 because of the set. He's basically just a pick and a stun bot at this stage in the game, but Taric is very, very obnoxious. And with more and more utility items coming out on the side of Afrika, things continue to get worse. I wonder if Lucian is going to go for the Bloodthirster as his next item, or if he'll pick up the Infinity Edge on the Lucian.
I'm expecting IE, but I do respect the Bloodthirster. Would mean triple lifesteal for the Lucian as well. But there is a Morellonomicon, I guess. So Faker is able to deny a lot of that healing, theoretically, if he's able to land his skills in a team fight. And as Gumayusi going to go back, looks like Mortal Reminder might be ready for the Draven.
Yep,
and it
Draven
is.
full item.
The purple Draven build.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. It's not the scoreline that we were wanting. Of course, you know, Gumayusi undying in the first match, 9-0 and 8. This time around, 1-2-3, so we can count. But it's not exactly the better KDA in this situation. Not over yet, though. As Fly, as his Banshee's Veil, as well as his Death Cap. I want to point out that Fly is definitely of an aggressive mindset this game. Picks up Faker's skin to take into him in the mid lane, which is bold, to say the least, especially after game 1. But he's had a good game so far. That IE is done. Keen, massive, absolutely massive right now on this Lucian.
Just making his way towards his last item, which will certainly be the Scimitar. As this game is definitely going the distance right now. It's only a 4,000 gold deficit still, so that has been retained. I'm curious how many stacks Draven actually has back up again.
Yeah, might have a fair few, as he doesn't really have very much to buy. I mean, he's going to be cycling through items now, as far as selling some things.
He might sell his boots in favor of getting Phantom Dancer or getting Trinity Force. If he would want a movement speed item that would also give him more upside.
Yeah,
But-
some added safety also.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up happening. A lot of the pressure right now on the side of T1 is going to be on Faker, however. With the Zoe, the bubbles are going to be super important, but it's very problematic because there is those QSSs and the Banshee Veils that he has to try to get through. That is
Also
causing
Tarek,
the
right?
problems.
Cosmic
Yeah.
Radiance is so good into the Zoe as there's another culling thrown down, but just for a little bit of a tickle out of Keen. And Gumayushi back to full very, very quickly, as you can see. Damn. He doesn't actually have any lifesteal in the build. This is just like from runes and being Draven. Impressive.
Well, we'll see what is going to happen in the final dance. Cloud Dragon coming up in 20
Oh, sorry,
seconds.
Sanguine Blade is in there, so never mind. Gumayushi does have that one. Yes, continue.
Does not seem like this game is going to be going on probably for that much longer. I mean, the Cloud Dragon will be taken. Both parties nearing the end of their rope. T1, they're going to come into Baron now. They're going to clear out the vision. Draven, I don't believe, can solo it with these items. I think he needs a Bloodthirster for that. Looks like Keen, though, speaking of soloing, is going to solo that dragon.
Yeah, very comfortably. We're going to have a lot of ultimate cooldown here for Afrika as Ellen. They are going to make their way back into the base. Bubble is going to connect. Onto Ben. Almost gets one shot there by Faker. Whirling down. And that's going to secure it. Fly also limping away from this fight. As Mystic, I don't know, that was very weird. The Fate's Call went off but didn't go off. As Ben unfortunately died the split second that came in. That was really odd.
What was that, man? And Gumayushi gets the cash in. We'll see if he actually does get any other item, or if these are just going to be steroids for his elixirs.
Yeah, it just needs more. He's just going to be he's going to be filling his fridge with all of those elixirs. As he may not even go back to base. Who knows?
Oh no,
as Spirit might be caught out. This could be their ticket in, as there's the stun. Bubble's also going to connect. Goodbye, Mr. Spirit. They wait for the stun.
Oh, they have
That's
a waving
double
top
out of Fly.
with Baron. And so the death timer on Spirit, very, very long right now. They have teleport on Kana too. They could do some pretty tricky things here, but Tarek's back up.
Yep. That bottom wave for Afrika is right on the front door. So there is a theoretical split push opportunity, backdoor idea for Keen, if he would like to. That's if Afrika want to throw away any team fight. But now, they have all 5 members here. The Baron is on T1, but they still have to break through the base. As Keen bouncing around, not going to get bubbled. And Afrika staved them off for the moment. Draven's going to go back. Let's have a look to see what he's going to be purchasing as he sells those boots.
Sell the boots? What are you guessing? What are you guessing?
Oh, I'd like Trinity Force because it just costs a lot of money.
I would like Trinity Force, although I could... Does he have Yumus yet?
Oh man, that was so close to Mystic being able to pick him up.
He does, yeah.
He does have Yumus, yeah.
He does have Yumus.
I don't think he has Duskblade. He could theoretically build Duskblade for even more lethality.
I imagine it'll either be Trinity Force or it'll be Phantom Dancer.
Oh, Bloodthirster.
No. Okay.
And so now he has plus devil damage. Oh no, he actually grabs the elixir and now he's got even more. So 700 whirling death damage. Ain't bad at all.
Alright, so he's just going to rely on W and Yumu's for his movement speed.
That's
and that's obviously fine, as long as you're catching your axes inside of fights and everything is stationary. He's going to be able to stand his ground and pretty much go toe-to-toe with anyone now. None of the marksmen should be able to beat him in the 1v1 anymore.
Yep.
Should be no hope for that. But the problem is that both of these teams really suck at sieging. And so because of that, this is a very long and drawn-out game.
Yeah. Keen looking for that Mercurial Scimitar, hasn't built that one up just yet. Still sitting on that 700 gold bounty. Gumayushi's moved up to 650. Just the realities of being Draven, I guess. 3, 2, and 3. So, you know, you went from 1, 2, 3 to 3, 2, 3 in the last 10 minutes or so. So nicely done. But this game is definitely going the distance. 42 minutes with 2 comps that we thought were going to be all about the mid game, right? We didn't think that this was going to be extended this long. But when the 2 team compositions are pretty similar, that is likely to happen. As Afrika, I still think that, you know, their team fight, if things go the right way, the Taric is able to create so many problems for T1. But Ben, if he just dies before it even starts, it's not really going to work, because he's going to have to spam that heal to get himself back up again.
And Afrika right now, they're still in a pretty good position in this game. The game is very even, pretty much all around. Taric, not sure if he's going to be able to get any more items picked up. Scimitar finally in for Draven now, so all future gold should probably be just allocated towards the Callista. This is one of the strangest things in the world, by the way. Fly just outright picked up the Morello.
It might be to try and stop Gumiyushi from life stealing through. Yeah.
Yeah, it might actually just be solely for the Draven. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of magic resist on the side of T1. And so it's not like Void Staff is of the utmost importance. And also...
Okay, that the E once again being pretty good, but Keen doing a lot of damage there to the squishy Pantheon. Not going to get punished too much because, of course, the heal's coming out of Taric. He has the Zeeks now also picked up.
Yep.
So they're going to be connected to him, I believe. As they have 1 each. That might be Knight's Vow, not entirely sure. Yeah, Zeeks is on Mystic. As our Faker coming through looking for Keen, not able to get him. Remember, Mercurial Scimitar is still there.
And this... Wait,
all right, Spirit looks for it. There's the face break with the flash out. That means Spirit goes the wrong direction, but the Cosmic Radiance is so strong. 1v1 in the backline is LM. He's very, very big, very tanky, but he's still running the hell away. This is going to be Cloud Soul, a 4-stack Cloud Soul coming through from Afrika. And ever since that third Drake is all Keen, he is going to be able to find LM here. He gets a decent stun. But I think that Kane's going to be able to grab this one as Spirit comes over to help out. And that is just the solo kill. Spirit didn't even want to get an assist. As, the Frozen Bear is going to go straight to the Death Chamber. And Afrika, I mean, this has been a marathon. But they're in a good position right now.
Yeah, and you can see that right now Gumiyashi, I mean, Spirit just runs at him. And Gumiyashi flashes a little bit too late. Not able to get to the blast cone, not going to be able to get there over the wall. Just T1 not with the best angle to protect him here. And you can see Kana, he was playing for some sort of a flank angle, but really all you need to do is try to protect the Zoe. The only person that's really long range that you're afraid of is obviously the Syndra with her QE. So this is going to be the Cloud Soul now on the side of Afrika. As we are nearing the 50-minute mark, Scimitar now picked up on the Callista. I don't know if you saw it, but
steal.
Gumiyashi...
That is a lot.
Yeah. Gumiyashi sold his items and then just re-completed to the same exact one. So he's probably thinking, this is a very awkward spot. I'm not sure if there's something better. Faker, oh man.
That's a lot of Whirling Death damage, actually.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to heal it back up, though. He has Scimitar and Blade of the Ruin King.
And Ben.
And Ben.
So yeah, it's going to be healed up pretty quickly. As Afrika move on over to this Baron, remember they have a lot of Baron secure, especially with a full build Callista, as they're going to even throw a Rift Scuttler at it. Control Vision is going to be taken away here by T1 though, and we are going to have a 5v5. This could decide the entire game as Mystic. Going to get tagged by Faker. Dazzle going to miss. Honda Cannon there, but the stand aside also not going to connect. Spirit in a bit of trouble. Wasn't actually able to tank up the Baron all that effectively. And now he's going to have to go back home. Bubble not going to connect onto Ben. As T1 trying to get in position as Kane. Very aggressive movement. As both Elm and Canna are going to run away. Storm Strike doesn't connect.
Historically, this has been where T1 as an organization has actually flourished the most. In these very long, drawn-out games, the players tend to remain the most calm and manage to win it out. It's historically been how they've won a lot of their games. Effort. Very, very careful.
Yeah, that was a chunking. So he's going to have to go back now as well. And so once again, Afrika have the opportunity of moving over towards this Baron. There's a control ward in the back of the pit, but Spirit puts that control ward back in here. And T1 having to deal with the Baron in darkness as Faker does find a bubble, lands onto Ben. Now Effort making his way back through. Ben actually down very, very low as the culling is soaked up by LM. That's probably okay. But T1 is Mystic sticking with the Baron right now, but he is going to get tagged up. Not going to have to use his scimitar just yet as he gets out of the way of the Baron. Keen dashing over the wall. This is super intense.
This is, it's a bit of tug of war. A little bit of pushback on both sides. Elder Dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes as both junglers still just moving towards their full items. Very, very surprised that Korea has not picked up on the Locket of the Iron Solari yet.
Yeah.
Really, really, really big whiff by both here. And I mean, itemization is pretty much all that we can talk about at this point in time. Zanya's still the final item, yet to be picked up by both Syndra and Zoe. And that wave almost raised the turret. That is super scary. We are at this point of the game where the minions are hurting.
Yeah, side lane management is actually going to be very, very important. And you saw Afrika just drop the ball a little bit on that front. This inhibitor turret is going to regen its health, but probably not enough. As you can see the Lucian going back. He picks up Phantom Dancer after selling the boots. Lucian's online, by the way, guys. It's a lot of crit. And is actually now going to be much safer as well with the fact that he has Scimitar as well as the shield through the Lifeline passive. So Mystic here bouncing around the mid lane. He still has his boots. Of course, boots are very, very valuable for a Kalista. As Spirit in flanking position, he flashes on over, looks to try and grab someone back. Facebreaker comes in, and there's the superplex onto Canna. He's very, very healthy, and actually does have the stone plate completed, but there's the power of the Cosmic Radiance flashing forward, and picks off the Draven. This should be the team fight for Afrika, as now Effort tries to run away, but he doesn't have enough shields back. And here is the recall from Canna to get himself back in, but I think Afrika may have just broken it open. And I think we have a tied series now as Canna even going to get stopped there as Fly picks that one up. And now these Nexus turrets aren't going to last very long whatsoever. Afrika have done it in a 50-minute game. They take game number 2, and now it's just a best of 3 for one of these teams to move forward and still have a chance of going to Worlds when they face off against Gen G. That was absolutely epic in that game number 2, and a huge win for Afrika.
Well, I mean, this game number 2, T1 were so far ahead, and then in just a series that unfolded in 90 seconds, pretty much, they made continuous errors that Afrika was like, well, yeah, of course, we'll just punish these really, really handily, and they get themselves back into the game. And then it goes into this very long, drawn-out dance that is the late and hyper late game. And I mean, you see how oppressive Taric is in these late stage fights, and we knew that this would eventually reach this point where Taric's too tanky, all the champions at max base level, everything starts becoming more problematic for T1's team comp to try to fight outside of Zoe bubbles. And you saw that Faker was able to create those openings for T1 at some points in the game, but their comp is so bad at sieging, even with Baron, they weren't able to perforate the base of Afrika and never able to really stabilize from those losses that they ended up incurring earlier in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the Ben Taric pick, he got caught out a couple of times in that game, but I just think Taric's value in a game that goes that late is so high. Like, invincibility in a team fight for, 4+ people that he managed to get off almost every single time, just extraordinarily valuable when you don't have true tanks. I mean, Volibear, yes, he's a big meat shield, Renekton, a big meat shield, but you don't have these regular tanks that you would expect.
Yes.
So the sort of front-to-back phalanx style play that we did see unfold doesn't really work for T1 past the mid-game because they just don't have, the classic late-game scaling front-to-back composition built for themselves.
And I worry if this is the problem with it. They were in such a commanding position. They seemed so clean and stable with a lot of their play, and then blink of an eye, just all collapsed in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
I wonder if in game number 1, we didn't see something like this happen, primarily because their comp is able to conduct itself in such a simple way, but also that Afrika's comp would bring the fight to them. And so it was less on T1 to make any sort of proactive plays and perhaps risk anything happening. So Not sure what game number 3 is going to have in store. We'll see if T1 actually makes any sub-outs. I don't think they have to, especially because the real strength from this game was actually in the bot lane. Effer and Gumayushi doing so well in the early stages of the game really offset the fact that T1 elected to pick Renekton into Lucian and fall super far behind.
Yeah, and I think it was a few of those mid-game teamfights where Afrika were able to get ahead, and from there, never really let go control of the game. And the composition from T1 didn't allow them to get back in, right? We said at the beginning, you know, this was going to be a fast and loose composition out of T1. It's not necessarily their playstyle, but would have been good to see them be able to at least add that string to their bow, but not able to do so here as we have a look at some continued teamfight advantages. This was absolutely heroic out of Keen and Mystic.
This was them not giving Draven the kill and it looking like Gumayushi channeled his inner Tyler 1 as he continued to run at Afrika headstrong. Well,
I couldn't believe that he died there because Fate's Call actually came out. You heard the sound before he died. But the Whirling Death still came back and killed him.
And obviously, the side lanes not doing them any favors. Gumayushi flashing way too late here, and just the whole positioning by T1 not really favorable for that kind of a team fight. And so now at the very end conclusion of this game, you can see Faker also just not really doing anything in this fight. Finally gets there, but it's way too late to do anything. And Kana, I mean, he can't do anything. He's on Renekton, and the champion was a fossil. Anytime that he's even or behind.
And I think this was a 0-6 performance out of the Renekton, and as you can see, that was more than 4 times the damage coming out from the Lucian. That, as far as a top lane smackdown is concerned, I didn't think I'd be able to see one similar to game number 1, but there you go. This is what happens when it's Keen instead of Fly. Maybe the reason Afrika did it was to lull Canna into a false sense of security.
Ah, okay.
There you go. You give him the easy matchup, and then you're like, nah, that's not what we're doing.
Now we're just waiting for Faker to go top lane.
That's going to be the switch around. Yeah. We need Canna versus Fly. That's how T1's going to be able to win this series. But man, it just got interesting. This is the first time that we do have a non-3-0 here in the Gauntlet for 2020. That's definitely exciting. Only one other game there, but here we go into a break. We'll see you for game number 3 in a short while.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, we're my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knock 'em dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, Kali, you don't go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. high, 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real, real wild Here to light it up, set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts in twos Cause that's what the baddies do I never going back, nah, nah, that Diamonds on drip cause I came to make a splash Gonna break rules and hearts in twos Cause that's what the baddies do It's crazy Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute way too sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. I can just slay, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mess. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
This is what League of Legends looks like! That's a big stun! That's a big engage! Oh! 80 minutes on the clock! 80 minutes to dream! Gonna be stunned up. Flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the regional qualifier here for LCK 2020. Things just got interesting as we are now at a best of 3 between Afrika and T1. T1 looking so dominant in game number 1. I was expecting another sweep. But Afrika, in a 50-minute slugfest, did manage to come out on top. So I wonder whether that's going to give them the momentum needed to close out the series. And I'm also wondering about the roster for T1. Does it change now after a loss?
That's one of the questions I'm having, and I think that if you look at the context on how they lost this game, it didn't have really anything to do with roster stuff. In fact, most of the reason, again, why they were even in this game was because of Gumayusi down in bottom lane and how far ahead the bot lane managed to get to offset the pressure that was present in top lane. I think that a little bit of a diffy in the driffy for the top lane picks caused a lot of problems. And that Keen was able to influence the game so much from the top lane Lucian pick, even eventually converting it into mid-game potency. But it felt like T1 really blundered this game, if you remember. They were up several thousand gold. They were in such a commanding position. They had the dragons under their belt, and then in one fell swoop, everything just went away. That's not really that alarming, especially not after the dominating game 1.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what's going to happen here as we move back to the opposite sides of the map as well. It's likely that T1 are going to choose the blue side yet again. It certainly has been a more powerful side, especially in this series, as we found out. 100% blue side win rate thus far. So T1, I'm still thinking, are going to be the favorites in this series. They'll get more blue sides. You know, it's sort of just how things go when it comes to a best of 5. It's going to be an odd number of games if we are going to go the distance. So still, I think that T1 are in a decent spot, but they're going to have to shake off that loss. And we'll have to see how Gumayusi's going to be able to be after a loss like that, because that's a tough one, man. Like, extraordinarily long games like that, they're taxing irrespective. And when they're that close and you have to stay so mentally in it for so long, like in a lot of these stomps, right? You turn off your brain to it and you start thinking about what to do in the next game. That was not the case for T1 in that one, because it was so close for so very long and bouncing backwards and forwards. So going to be very interesting to see what T1's actually going to react with as we move into what will be game number 3 coming up very soon. And also, you know, the draft is going to be another interesting thing. Like, with a game going that long, do we now go for scaling is another question.
That is indeed going to be one of the question marks that I think a lot of people are going to have, because these were two very polar opposite type of team compositions. Both of them a little bit centered around the marksman champion. Obviously, Caitlyn and Draven are centerpieces of the comp, so we'll see if maybe we get any sort of differences as we hop into the Rift for game number 3. But obviously, Afrika, I think it's very unlikely that they're going to get that kind of a top lane discrepancy matchup again. And what might that mean for them inside of the draft phase as well? Because...
Okay, there's a bit of a headset change, guys, so we are taking our time getting into game number 3. But thankfully, when it's something like a headset, it can be swapped out pretty quickly. And then we'll be getting in there. And I just want the draft, man. I just want to see what the adaptations are going to be for game number 3. Because so far, I mean, you were talking about the top lane, Keen absolutely smashing Canna in game number 2. These are back-to-back Renekton games, and we know that Canna has a deep champion pool himself and can certainly flex onto some different picks. So as we get into pick and ban, we'll just have to see whether the priorities are going to switch around just a little bit. We're going to have no changes when it comes to the roster either. So sticking to their guns, T1 not going to sub out LM, not going to sub out anyone moving into this one. So Kalista going to be the first ban here by T1. They're probably going to go back to the bans that they had in game 1, which was, of course, Kalista Nautilus. And Afrika going to get rid of Twist of Fate and Azir once again as well. They've been doing this every single time. Lucian taken off the board.
Banning Lucian on blue, suggesting that they do not want to play it, is very surprising. Now Afrika, they're going to ban away Caitlyn now on the blue side. And what is T1 going to pick this time around as their B1 selection?
We'll see what the priority is going to be here. Certainly a lot of junglers are left available. but there's not really one that stands out as the absolute necessity. As hi guys, we're back again. Gumayushi is disconnected from draft, I think.
Okay.
That's a problem. You do need to have everyone in there in order to get stuff collected. So we are going to be remaking this draft. So far, not too many surprises. I like the adaptation of actually banning away the Caitlyn in this one. And the Lucian ban, I think on blue side, makes a lot of sense before the Caitlyn gets banned, because you don't want to be forced into a situation where you get one or the other, or something like that. You want to be able to get rid of them. So just sort of forcing out that Caitlyn ban that came through there from Freaka. But I think based on the bans, we're going to have a pretty honest draft, and I'm looking forward to seeing where the priorities are going to be.
I'm curious why Lucian gets banned away, though, given that Kana should certainly be able to pilot it willingly, and then you have Faker, and then Gumayushi can definitely play it as well. So that one strikes me as very peculiar, because Lucian's been such high priority, pretty much globally, on the pick and bans. So I think that one is very interested. They did not lock in their B1 selection, so I don't know where they're going to try to go there. But hopefully they can reconnect to the lobby here soon, and we'll see what they have underway. It's going to be interesting to see how Afrika now try to line up their counter picks, so they will still have that going for them now on the red side.
Yeah,
They're
a little bit
have
of
to
extra
respect.
time.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Now they have...
No, you go. You go.
No,
friend.
you go.
Aw. No, I wasn't really going to say anything.
Okay.
It's totally fine. You can certainly say it. It's so much harder when we're not sitting next to each other.
That is true,
Because then you just interrupt each other.
I can't
all
even
the time.
see you.
I know.
I feel like I'm in the death... Well, I am in the death realm.
Yeah, you live there.
Honestly,
I can see you, but I can see you like a few seconds later on Twitch. Like that's the option I have.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I don't use that option. I'm looking at the Korean casters right now.
I know. Sunke looking amazing, as per usual. I like it when he wears the glasses. Not only does it match his two co-commentators in Cloud Templar and Wadid, but also, just looks very dashing. Big fan. As we're just waiting for this headset issue to be sorted out, and we don't even have a game to talk about just yet. So I guess we can go back to talking about absolutely anything. LS, so do you have anything planned for the off season when there's not as much League of Legends going on?
Really looking forward to Worlds. The group drawing is going to be the group drawing is actually happening on my birthday, so that's that's kind of nice. Yeah,
that's a happy birthday if ever I've seen one.
Yes.
What are you? Which group of death are you the most scared of?
Oh, so I don't actually know the formatting of all the groups or how things can occur, but there's a world where you get Damwon plus JDG, right? In the same group. That one's pretty scary.
That one's scary.
I feel like, I think that one is definitely probably the scariest that you could potentially end up in.
The other side of that coin is the top esports DRX group, but I don't know whether DRX are that scary for a lot of those teams. But yes, definitely some very spicy possibilities when it comes to the World Championship. I think that JDG Damwon group is that's a huge yikes for anybody else in there. But here we go. We are going to cycle through exactly the same bands and then get back into things. Thankfully, we have all of the headsets sorted out, and we'll be just fine. Having a look at the draft here, like in that situation, I understand why T1 are banning the Lucian, because they're prioritizing Gumayushi over getting the Lucian, getting the Lucian for themselves. As Lilia is going to be the first pick here. That was the ban that sort of fell through based on banning that Lucian, but T1 able to snap that one up for themselves. So now Afrika can answer with, a whole lot of different things. Renekton Nidalee could be an option to just grab that combo. But we've seen that not necessarily work out, as that is just a snap Orianna for Fly.
Yeah, that one is a bit surprising to see picked up so early on. But I guess they want to conceal something for the later stages of the draft, and so Fly's going to have to be the one that sacrifices. As we'll see what they pair it away with. I would imagine that a jungler would come in for Spirit. And okay, well, Hecarim
Yeah, we're going for the Wombo combo already. As Afrika take away 2 champions that do synergize relatively well with one another. We see Clippity Clop versus Clippity Clop all the time.
Yes.
It's just so much of this.
Yep. We'll have to see what T1 want to reply to this with. As there's also the option for Keen to take the Hecarim up in top lane, although that is way less common than anything else. And okay, Renekton picked up by T1.
Canna going for 3 in a row. I'm not going to have to deal with the Lucian, but Quinn is still available.
Yeah.
I think it's more feared in the LPL is the Quinn matchup. As Baker thinking about what he wants to take away. As my cat is just yelling in the background. I hope you guys can't hear that.
I cannot hear it.
You can. Yeah, don't think you can. As it's Zoe again. So the only change from last game is the Lilius so far.
Yeah,
T1.
the Sleep Sisters are going to be here. Same school of magic, I guess, going on there between the two. And Afrika now, they have option to just counterpick top lane right now if they want it and then go into a bot lane, but I would imagine a marksman here would probably be the best. And it's going to be Ezreal. Yeah. So they're taking away the option for T1 to try to get Ezreal Zoe as a duo. Obviously one of the most prolific in the history of LoL.
Yeah, expecting some dive to come out from Keen potentially, just with the self-sufficiency of the Ezreal. Could certainly help them with more of that dive teamfight composition. But still very flexible on Afrika's side, and they can, like you say, move the Hecarim between top and jungle if they would like to. Kai'Sa to be banned away here. That's an interesting one. Would be interested to see what Gumyushi is going to do. You don't want to play Draven into the Ezreal, because of course he likes to build a lot of armor, and your lethality ain't going to be as valuable. And there's the Quinn ban that we were talking about. I was half expecting the Quinn to come in. As the Kalista was banned, of course, that's the flex ban between Keen and Mystic. That was what T1 actually fell to in game number 3 of the playoffs, and that's why they've been jumping on that particular ban. As Draven is still banned away.
That's very surprising, given Afrika's team composition is so effective at handling him.
Yeah,
so a lot of respect. Yeah.
Already, yeah.
Being given over. Jason, Quinn, both banned away, and so they're saying to Afrika, what other champion do you have to use against Renekton here?
Well, we'll see. I mean, Keen could pick up the Ornn if he wants to. And try that matchup. Didn't work in game 1, but of course that was Fly that was playing it. As Shen is going to be the choice. I love this.
Yep. Another, they are very teamfight centric right now on the side of Afrika.
Yep, also, the skirmishes should be working out here as well as Jinx is hovered. My god, this would be very interesting. She does have a huge target on her back for, you know, the horse with Shen, with Orianna combo. Like, the ability to explode someone is very, very high from Afrika, as T1 are going to go for the Jhin instead. So, that's going to help. You know, you don't necessarily have the mobility. You have a lot of movement speed for Jhin, but he can stand away from the team fight and just throw bullets, and that could certainly help keep him alive.
Yeah, and I feel like they take the Bard so that Afrika can't go for it to shut Jhin up when he goes for his ultimate. And so there's a little bit of effectiveness there, but T1's team composition leaves me feeling a little bit queasy.
Yeah.
As they're very all over the place with just generic good champions, pretty much is the approach that they're probably thinking, is that they have very solid champions in their mind in each role, and they're just going to try to have a toolbox, basically, to utilize inside of the game. But as far as identity goes, there's not really one on this team comp. Whereas on Afrika's, you can see a lot of different themes, gears, and modes available, and a lot of which is very powerful against T1. Zoe and Jhin, what are they supposed to do when they just get dove on by Hecarim with the ball and are stand united with a Yuumi on top riding the horse? There is so much, but then also the poke and control Orianna and Ezreal offer. Things are very scary. T1, they need to rely on getting ahead on their own individual prowess and then trying to convert a win from there.
Yeah. Actually, I really wish that this Afrika comp had a Maokai jungle, because then you could literally call it the Christmas tree comp, which is just attach everything to the jungler and then send him in, you know? There could be Shen coming through, there can be the Yuumi on top of him with an orb there as well. Ezreal, unfortunately, not going to be able to join in with all of those connections, but otherwise, I mean, this is going to be a massively stacked Hecarim, theoretically. But also, it works as an anti-pick comp, and when you've got a Zoe on the other side, the mid-games for T1 is all going to be about pick. And so Stand United going to be extraordinarily valuable. I think Afrika have actually drafted really intelligently here in game number 2. But T1 can still make some magic happen. I'm just looking at that top side and very excited to see what Keen's going to be able to do, because we've seen across the world Shens just eat crocodiles for breakfast, man.
Yeah. We'll see how Keen manages to pilot it. He has the Grasp of the Undying up there in the top lane. Debonair Ezreal, I think, right? That's the skin Mystic's using.
It is indeed. Is that TPA Orianna? Shout out to Toys. Season 2.
Yeah, gonna come in here. He is on top of a ward, just prancing around really quick.
Yeah, Keen could have gone towards the TPA Shen, but he didn't decide to. A little bit sad. That's all right. Pulse Fire is pretty cool. And yeah, we just got some milling about here at the beginning. I'm very, very interested to see what this mid game's going to do. Also, our eyes are going to be on Spirit to see how his Hecarim's going to do in comparison to Dreads in game number 1, which was pretty forgettable, to be perfectly honest.
And I'm also curious why a team composition that is so centered around scaling and mid and late game power has double Scorch. That one definitely, that one tickles me.
Or maybe it's about mitigating your early game weaknesses with the power of the Scorch.
Okay.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, I mean...
That was facetious, by the way, guys. Just needed to point that one out. As it's the first time for Spirit's Hecarim in this particular season. Has, of course, played it many times, be it here, or in the LPL, or in the LEC, or, well, I guess it was EU LCS when he was playing. As Fly doing a bit of damage there to Faker. Actually winning out in these trades quite nicely in that mid lane, but Faker does like to eat through his Corrupting Potion quite early, as this is what we expect in this matchup. The Shen just goes in, and the Renekton just doesn't have too many answers in this matchup.
No. And he's just getting shoved in. Now, Keen, though, with the push to do nothing, I mean, this is very good for Kana. He keeps the second wave right in front of the turret. There's very little option for what Keen can do. And so he's just able to CS this entirely for free. He's very happy with this. And now Keen, he's going to be slower to crash this third wave. And you can see Gumayushi and Effort, they're piling the wave up. They want to just dive Yuumi.
Well, Ellen's going to be here. Immediate teleport come through from the top side of the map, but Faker's going to get in here as well. As, oh my god, Mystic wanted to get that kill but couldn't do it. As Ellen's going to throw up that T1 flare. And now Ben, the lonely kitty cat, is down here. I believe the teleport was actually cancelled on the top side of the map as well. I mean, of course it was, because Keen's not here. As there's a teleport back from Mystic. It's a big minion wave that he did need to try and pick up. A dangerous teleport, actually, because there's still a lot of people here, but Spirit also in the area. As he comes through, steals away the Rift Scuttler.
That's actually a really big pickoff for him, because otherwise Lilia would have been up at camp and would have gotten the first blood and an assist. So pretty big, fortunate steal there. As Elm now is just going to go into getting the Golem camp. And now the other thing is that Kana, he has teleport advantage up in top lane. And just take a look at how they coordinate this. The ward teleport at the top. Keen just gets interrupted. Kana says, where are you going? Elam gets the first blood, which is very big, by the way, because Lilia, her whole thing is that once she gets Runic Echo, once she starts getting some AP under her belt, her clear speed becomes so insane, and it just transitions into this monster that's very hard to keep up with. And then given the nature of her kit, very, very oppressive pretty much all around. And here in game number 3, T1, they're off to a very, very powerful start yet again.
Yeah, And it also has flow-on effects based on this game as well, the Lilia getting ahead, which is Spirit is a very gold-hungry jungler on this Hecarim. And so if the Lilia is able to power farm and start counter-jungling, then it only gets worse and worse for Afrika. And it's sort of, you know, fits into the Lilia game plan as well as really denies what Afrika want to do at the same time. So it's sort of like twofold coming through from this this Lilia. And so very, very scary stuff. So 1-0-1 start. Fiendish Codex already completed. And Gumiushi going to get slowed down a little bit there by the Prowling Projectile.
Almost has second plate.
Yeah, the Jhin having a good time.
Well, Gumiushi is trying to actively just push up inside of the lane. Trying to keep Mystic and Ben under quite a bit of pressure. And Fly, in the meanwhile, I mean, he has the Cleanse versus the Zoe, but Faker with the Spellbook, he's going to have that available for him soon. LM is, yeah, I don't...
He is going to be able to get out of the way. The Watch Out Eat going to do it. Bowling Ball will connect as Canna teleported forward. That's that teleport advantage that you were talking about. And now Spirit, he doesn't have an ultimate, and he is well and truly dead. No flashes for the horsey. And this game is... It's almost feeling like it's done and dusted very, very early.
Yeah, I mean, it is 2-0 and 1 Jhin. And the Lilia as well, 1-0 and 2. Hecarim getting stunted when he's so integral to Afrika's ability to remain relevant in the later stages of the game because of what the champion synergizes with, the Shen and the Orianna. So for them to fall so far behind so early is really not very good news bears. And there's a giant wave waiting for Kana. Keen very slow on trying to get the crash, and Kana doesn't lose anything pretty much. For his teleport, he is feeling very, very good right now.
Yeah, that comes through from Keen, and that is going to be most likely to try and get towards this Tiamat, but he had to build a Ninja Tabi first to try and win out the matchup even easier. And so he isn't going to be able to have that extra wave push. Which, like you say, I mean, before that item comes in, Shen takes a very long time to do anything with the minion wave. As we're going to have a look at this one more time. It looked pretty good for Spirit, but unfortunately, the better helicopter wins, I guess, and that's going to be Lilia in this instance, and Kana gets through with a very nice teleport.
Well, Kana just able to come down there. Gumiushi ends up picking up that kill, and things are going pretty good here. 2,000 gold lead right now, 14-1 inside of this game. Spirit constantly trying to make things happen. He's running around now with his cat. And they're not able to really find anything. LM is continuing to farm and power up. They're pretty much even right now in terms of jungle CS. Almost has that Runic Echoes completed. You can see he's powering into it. Kana very happy right now as well up in the top lane. And Keen is trying to go for the Tiamat as the first item.
Yep. We'll see whether it will be completed into the Titanic Hydra immediately as well. It's what we see most commonly from Shens. And then into full tank, of course, afterwards. Effort moving back down towards the bottom lane. He just went on a bit of a chime hunt. Not sure how many he actually collected for himself, but the Elderwood Bard this time around, I'm not a fan. I think the hot cocoa is what you need every single time. As, yeah, I know the astronaut's cool, but hot cocoa, man, you can't go past it.
The hot cocoa one is absolutely one that takes the cake and eats it.
Uh-huh. Or the cocoa and eats it, or drinks it, or something like that. This Faker takes the blue buff and wears it, I think. Is that what you do? You wear it? Is it like mana improving clothing?
I think you're imbued by it.
Oh, that's a good word.
You like that?
I'm all about that. Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Well, True Shot Barrage goes across. Both of these bot laners do have a fair bit of sustain available, as Kana doesn't have his stun anymore, as LM looks for Keen. The flash comes out. Damn, that is a lot of respect there by Keen.
Yep, Hecarim not in close enough proximity for there to be any sort of outplay potential. LM, I really don't like when junglers do this. You can see all of his camps are pretty much up, and he's randomly starting the Rift Herald. Now, the thing, though, is that I guess Kana, he has the crash up in top, but when you get the Rift Herald, there has to be a real reason to use it, and using it super early on here, when you look at the lane state, the fact the Dragon's still up, and both junglers are still just powering away. He does end up getting it for free, though. There's no real contest. Now he'll just go into a full clear down to bottom. Everything's very stable. T1 seem very content to just allow everything to keep playing out the way that it does. And what we're hoping for, most likely, is that the Rift Herald just gets used in mid. Because otherwise, an Orianna tier 1 turret is going to be pretty hard to chip away at in the later stages.
Yeah. Especially when, you know, Mystic can be there as well. As that's a great taunt by Kane. Pulls counter right back underneath that turret. He's going to lose a bit of his health bar. Kane does have his teleport back up, so teleport advantage now over to Afrika theoretically. But with Stand United available, I mean, Afrika don't even need it, right? So now, when Spirit comes in, there's the Stand United, but that's a great stun. And so completely denied. And now Canna going to be able to take down a bunch of plates up here towards the top side. No Herald required for the Renekton to keep plowing forward. As Kane will teleport up. Does now have that Tiamat that we were talking about as Faker. Heals. Now looks for more. Tempered Fate comes down. Bubble, not actually available just yet, as there's the ulti out of the Yuumi. Gumayusi having to flash out of the way, is now Faker very low effort as well, but he magically journeys as Mystic's going to be taken down. Elim towards the bottom side, collects a double, and this Lilia is just massive right now.
Yeah, the Lilia is so out of control right now inside of this game. 3-0 and 2, and the Jhin as well. And so T1 are really just taking control of everything that's happening. Gumayusi gonna get all of the remaining turret plates and the first blood turret gold. This is a 5,000 gold lead at 11.5 minutes here for T1. And honestly, Atlas, I mean, things are looking so doom and gloom. The Hecarim is so far behind in the jungle. Even if he ults in with Stand United, T1 are just going to think it's a FedEx next day delivery is all that's happening. They're going to be very, very happy with that. They can easily take down the kill. Mystic, he had Flash, but he knew that nothing would end up coming from it because he would just be slept by Elim. The Tempered Fate in mid lane was very bizarre. You just see this Faker. He doesn't have Bubble. He doesn't have Paddle Star. I have no idea what Effort was thinking. I mean, it was just one of the weirdest things I've seen in quite some time. Magical Journey, he gets shoved out of it, so maybe he's taking some damage there, but obviously Spirit's not able to follow up.
Yeah, in fact, getting nothing while there was a double kill on the bottom side of the map, so very nicely done by T1. That's why you see that 5-0 kill score up towards the top. And look, we're on perfect game pace at the moment. Afrika have been able to do absolutely nothing this game so far. Mountain Drake in the back pocket of T1 now, as well as being able to pick up that Rift Herald. They managed to get that first turret. Let's see what more they can get. As T1, I think, are the only team I've seen. This was back in Casper Cup that were able to get all turret plates and deny everything from their opponent. The perfectest game, if you will, as Tempered Fate does absolutely nothing there from effort. As Faker comes on over, that is a lot of damage onto Mystic. He will pop, but he's only down to 100 health, and he should be able to escape this one. But T1 with a lot of pressure in this mid lane and a lot of plates to collect in the next minute. There's the first one.
Still 50 seconds to go, so we'll see if they can get any more chip damage. Probably very unlikely. But these 3 plates up in top, however, that's a bit of a different story. As, okay,
oh, no.
Kane?
Yeah, it might just be curtains, as Kane is going to be able to dash his way out, but the last bullet being held onto, and Gumayusi says, thank you very much. Collects that one for himself, and he'll now do even more damage to these turrets. He's already killed one. He's a bit greedy, though. He wants another one, as still another 20 seconds.
Turret edge?
Yeah, it might be.
That's pretty good.
Oh, Bubble. It's going to connect onto the Hecarim as Faker doesn't find a Paddle Star, as there's the smite to give Spirit back his health bar. But there's another turret plate going over to Gumayusi. And with 6 seconds to go, come on, yeah, reload faster, reload faster.
He can't do it.
He's not going to do it.
Yeah,
not gonna do it.
Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, he's not Graves. As, yep. So 1 plate goes begging, but that's 9 plates that the Jhin was able to lock down as he goes back to that turret and pops it in the end there. So 3-0-3, 100% kill contribution, has taken down the majority of the plates. I want to see the gold advantage that this this Jhin has right now.
Yeah. And you can just see Keen. I mean, he doesn't have anything. There's no vision to alert him that this is coming, but he should have been able to deduce that this would end up being the play out of T1. But, I mean, this game is looking done and dusted. 7,000 gold lead. 14.5 minutes in the game. If you're an Afrika fan and you're wondering, well, how do they come back? I suppose that if Yumi's on top of Hecarim and gets a perfect ultimate onto Gumiyashi while Effort looks the other way, flashes accidentally outside of range, and then Faker turns off his monitor, there's a chance.
All right, there we go. Well, I mean, Keen doesn't have a chance here, as that is special delivery for Faker. That's how it feels to be the king, guys. You just get kills served up to you on a silver platter. And Faker very happily takes that one down. That was just a teleport to get him back to the mid lane as well. So a lot of value there as Fly is going to avoid the Tempered Fate. Effort. Not going to get stunned or anything like that. Gumayushi is going to be able to get one down, but nothing else going to happen here as Afrika just feels like they don't have the economy to make this team composition work. I liked what the game plan was, but I mean, you need items to make it happen. And right now, they have barely any. A minute and a half on this Cloud Drake. T1 want to be able to collect that to keep this perfect game on the table.
Well, we'll see if they can indeed manage to do that. As 1 minute until the Cloud Dragon, which means we're going to get a spicy Drake again.
Yep. It'll be the Ocean or the Infernal. 16 minutes in, Spirit tries to get some vision down. You can see those control wards flanking this Dragon Pit with 1 minute to go. But Spirit will be able to eradicate it, at least towards this mid lane. As Shirley now just going to get poked a little bit by the Zoe. Lilia's going to be here. She definitely does this one pretty quickly. And it looks like Spirit, I mean, he's thinking about trying to stop this, but it's very dark in this river. He has his cat with him. Horses and cats, oh my, but he gets chunked by that paddle star. The exhaust goes down as well. As now Orb is going to be in position. It's very good for zoning as now Fly protects himself. No stun as there's the curtain call. A lot of damage potential here as Ellen's going to put them to sleep as the shockwave does connect, but Fly is just going to be swiped away. No more perfect game, but that was pretty damn good when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, and T1, I mean, they end up getting 4 of the kills inside of that. Faker does go down, but that doesn't matter. They should be able to raise both mid-tier 1 and tier 2 turret. Can't get that out.
Yeah.
As the Lilia is just so big right now inside of this game. Also, 6 Darksteel sacks. Jhin probably going to be nearing his 3rd item here. We're not even at 20 minutes. And yeah, there it is. So Herald dies right as the 2nd turret in mid lane falls. Almost 11,000 gold at 17.5 minutes. This is a blowout.
Oh my god, a shellacking, if ever I've seen one. Let's have a look at this team fight one more time. Gumayushi's pretty damn good at landing these skill shots. I wonder whether that's based on his heritage. Of course, Gumayushi is Innovation's brother, very famous StarCraft player.
Yeah. One of the best, even, actually,
yeah,
in the entire history of StarCraft. So I guess it runs in the family. Interestingly enough, this is something I tweeted out on a very long time ago, but it's so interesting to me that so many siblings that I've met in esports, their siblings also tend to be very high MMR or very good at the games as well, and I wonder what goes into that. But obviously sample size very, very low, but stuff like that's always intriguing.
Yeah, I mean, you often look up to your brothers and things like that, so it's likely that you're going to be doing similar things. So it does make a bit of sense. You do have a bit of both. So, don't mind it. You'd sort of somewhat expect it, right?
Yeah, I'm mostly, obviously we'll probably never get any sort of scientific studies in the near future, but that would be pretty intriguing nonetheless, though. Especially when you look at Innovation and Gumayushi here, the caliber of players that they are. This isn't just high MMR. This is the highest elite level that you can basically play at.
Very dead Afrika players, but we don't really need to talk about it at this stage of the game. If T1 are there near them, they just go down. That's sort of how it looks.
This is just ceremony at this point.
Indeed.
As we go through the motions. And honestly, I mean, 12,000, we're nearing 13,000 gold lead. And the next time that we see something like this might not happen unless NA and Dom won at Worlds. So, T1 really trying to just, you know, give us a little bit of a glimpse on what could happen.
Yeah, well, this one's Donzo, but now T1 need to still do it in the next game. So let's see them close this one out comfortably, and then find exactly what they need. The last bullet there doing about a bajillion damage, as that was a nice Tempered Fate effort to make sure that Kitty Cat had nothing that they could do. Bard into Yuumi, always a pretty good choice. And let's get back into this game as effort, just trying to get some vision around this Baron area, and this should be a pretty comfortable one for T1. Only 20 minutes in, so they don't exactly have the most Baron damage, but that is Leandri's Torment already completed by LM, and so the Lilia does do a lot of damage to Baron, actually, with the spamming of abilities and the percent health damage.
Yeah. And Faker, just very utilitied up right now, has the stopwatch as well, QSS on the Jhin. Everything is pretty much going as expected in this game.
Ooh, damn, Fly. Dancing Shoes on. Get him into Nax Rammus. As Faker will be able to push down this inner turret. I don't know whether Fly's going to be able to dance his way into success in this particular game. As, yeah, Afrika sort of relegated to their own base. Keen is split pushing on the bottom side, has Stand United available, and might be able to grab an outer turret.
Yeah. A couple of minions left, but he'll definitely be able to shove in the next wave, certainly. And then go from there. T1 are playing this very reserved and safe. They probably don't really mind doing so either. The longer that this goes on, the higher that their chances get as 3rd and 4th item completions come in. Dragons continue to get stacked up, and then inevitably there will be a Baron fight that will take place. I would be a little surprised if they don't do it prior to Afrika completing their 2nd items, just so that they have an even larger inflated advantage, not even including the levels that they have going for them.
Whoa.
Although, if you actually take a look at the levels across the board, Fly is ahead in EXP right now, which is very surprising.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty well, actually, getting into these side lanes and hoovering up the minions. Still, the team is pretty far behind. Building towards his Leandries is now Keen, trying to deal with Canna, but not doing so well. This is a Shen with basically just health as a defensive stat, and against Blade of the Ruin King, that feels real bad. And so Canna definitely going to be able to get ahead of him here in this lane. As the Baron has been started, it's just Gumayusi and Elam that are here, but they do a fair bit of damage to it. As now the Coco is in, or the little leaves that I guess Elderwood Bard puts down. Frustrating. The Spirit in position. You will be able to have an orb and a cat and a man. Theoretically, if Shen presses his R button, there's Canna looking for the flank. There's the Tempered Fate, but Arcane Shift, pretty good. Mystic flashing out of the way as Canna tries to get on top of him, and he will, but that's a really good shockwave out of Fly. Still going to be the Ezreal falling down. Gumayusi on the other side, though, has already fallen. The Hecarim goes down. It's a much closer fight than I think a lot of people were expecting, but now Ben, yeah, watch out, mate. It's a big eep coming through from the Kitty Cat. As the thumbs up comes forward, that's a triple kill for the Lilia. And Elam is so damn far ahead. The ace is eventually completed by Faker. And there should be a broken base unless T1 just want to reset.
No, it looks like they just want to reset. They're going to go down now towards the Dragon. Gold lead extends to 13,000 right now. Faker's still going to be up there in the top lane. Double 10-stack Darkseal. I would be very surprised if we don't see Mage Eyes come in for both of these players at this point in time, just because of the utility from that item. Super good. Keen does have teleport available, but there's no way for him to know, I don't think, about Faker. No point to really try to dog him down. We see how this all starts. The Tempered Fate ends up whipping. Kana comes in on the backside with a flame. He stuns up Mystic and gets on top of him. The Ignite ends up ticking down and bringing him over. And you can see what the intent of the Afrika team comp is trying to do with the Yuumi, Shen, and Hecarim. When it can get onto the Jhin and almost blow up the Zoe as well, there is that theme and the identity present, but they're just so far behind, it doesn't matter in this game in particular.
It's just the budget version of their comp right now, which does not look very good at all. Certainly require on having some money. That they really don't with this 12,000 gold lead. Keen is trying to stop T1 from stealing away the blue buff, but he's not going to be able to, as Faker's going to collect that as he moves on over. And we don't have any of those Magi's completed just yet. I think the 708 Lilia should probably put it together.
Yeah, I'm not sure why these items were picked up over Magi's, but Boris does work in mysterious ways.
He does.
So you gotta understand that.
He's been plaguing both sides of this matchup so far.
Certainly has. His tendrils, they do run deep.
Indeed. Tendrils. Boris is a very scary person in my mind right now.
He's actually Cthulhu.
Yeah. Wait, Cthulhu or Cthulhu?
Either.
No, I guess both of them.
Not?
That's a lot of tentacles. Sorry, tendrils is what you said. But
yeah.
I like to think that it's basically the same thing. As Faker clearing out vision, T1 should be able to grab this Baron anytime they like. But we're playing this one a bit by the numbers. And after game 2 went, you can understand exactly why. Control it down to this brush, as the ward is going to be cleared as well. And Elm started off the Baron. And actually, the Baron got very angry with the Lilia.
They're playing so reserved right now, though. This is not what I was...
Fate is going to connect. That's a 2-man shockwave, though, as LM does have to get the heck out of there. He's not going to be in this fight anymore. Bubble will connect as there's the curtain call. He's going to be hunting for Mystic and Fly in that backline. All of them getting decorated with these bullets, but the last one is not going to connect. As the snare not going to land onto Keen at all either. As T1, they do get the disengage. That is not the optimal team fight that they're looking for.
No, and I think it's very worrisome that these types of dances are actually occurring. They've maintained this gold lead for so long now, but they're not finding any way to really accelerate it. Even though they have the Tempered Fate, they have Lilia with her E able to open things up and start, but they're not really finding a whole lot of success. Kana not able to really split push either on Renekton. He's not able to really do a whole lot other than just be a defensive meat shield. In a lot of these situations, Faker continuing to try to farm up, but spots like these are not super bad. For Afrika, you can see the levels for them. The only real problem is in the jungle, and this is because all of the minion waves just keep going into them. Ben as well. Obviously a little bit down, but understandable given that it is Bard. He has the chimes, he's cheating. That is pretty much how that works.
Yep. 2-0-12 as well on the scoreline. The Bard having a pretty good game so far. As, damn, Gumiushi is huge. It's a big load of items that he has for himself. Gonna take him a while to pick up the money to complete either, I guess, Mortal Reminder or the Mercurial Scimitar as his last couple. As we got QSS and a Mikhail's. It's going to be not a lot of CC affecting T1 this game. We've got Ocean Soul coming up in 45 seconds time, and that is likely to be where the next fight is actually going to come from. As Spirit is running around with Ben on his back in his topside jungle. They'll need to move down here to try and wrestle some control of this botside river. Unless Afrika are just going to give this up. Bowling Ball not going to connect. Interesting.
This is one of the most perplexing games for me, Atlas. The
right.
level, or the... T1 is just so far ahead, and yet they're playing as if they don't realize it. It seems very peculiar.
Yeah.
The decision making that is going on here. Now you can understand being overly cautious perhaps given the way that they lost game 2. It's going to be real hard to lose now with this Ocean
Tempest
trade.
is going to miss as there's the Ocean Soul, and now a team fight has erupted. Final chapter comes through, but immediately the horse just explodes. And Canna just dishing and dashing around the fight. There is just a hula hoop in the middle of that one as Fly is going to be taken down after a disappointing ultimate. And this will just be T1 mopping the floor with Afrika. That is a clean ace. And now they should just be able to win the game.
Yeah, with all their HP going back up, they have double Ocean Dragon and Ocean Soul. I mean, all of them are full HP except for Ellum. This is totally fine. They can take another team fight if they have to, but they're not going to. Afrika are not going to spawn in time. You can see Kana realizing that, wait a minute, we can actually just end the game through middle, and that's what's going to happen here. As the Nexus turrets will fall. Hecarim, I mean, he's gonna... he's not gonna do anything.
He's going to try. He doesn't have an ultimate, so really he doesn't do much at all, and that is going to be Gumayushi picking up yet another kill before that Nexus does fall down. So, blue side, congratulations, 100% win rate so far, but T1 with far more dominant victories in this series, and that is going to be match point for them here in this best of 5. T1 certainly looking like the better team here today, but you were talking about some perplexing decision-making.
Yeah.
I think playing reserved is smart in high-pressure situations, but sometimes you can be punished for it. Fortunately for T1, they weren't, but not necessarily the greatest look.
Yeah, this was really, really interesting. The amount of leads that they had and then how cautious they were with it, especially with the champions that they had. Now, obviously, they do have some sieging weakness because of the Renekton, but with Bard, Jhin, and Zoe, things can definitely get very interesting. Lilia as well with her E, but they went about as careful as you could possibly be. They crossed their T's and dotted their I's on the safety protocols inside of this game, and obviously at the very end, Afrika, they just barrel right into them post-Ocean Soul capture, and the game was... We knew that's what the fights would go like, pretty much.
Yeah. The thing that I found a little bit weird was Afrika's positioning leading up to that Ocean Soul. Felt like they weren't really thinking about the Drake, and then they're like, oh yeah, the Drake's a thing. But it was dead before anything really happened. This was the initial dive that got Ellen mega far ahead and really set T1 off. Remember, it was a very long time before Afrika were able to get any kills in this one. And there weren't too many that happened afterwards, as these baits, these situations where it's because of these extended leads that T1 managed to put together for themselves and were able to make sure that Spirit never got going. Like, this Hecarim did nothing.
Yeah. Everything just really going well for T1 in this game. Ellum getting so far ahead early on. Gumayushi with another very dominant laning phase performance, obviously with the help of his teammates in this game, but never really letting go of it. And,
yeah.
I mean, Afrika, they just really fell apart. This isn't a draft problem or anything of the likes. You can even see that their team comp, it had a lot going for it. There were still some moments of resilience left inside of them. There's a lot of harmony with the champions, with one another, especially against the Zoe and the Jhin, because Hecarim, Yuumi, Shen able to so reliably get onto them. We saw that here in this fight. In particular, it's very hard for T1 to juggle the aggro, so on even footing, things would have been a lot better. But game 3, from start to finish, every lane and the jungle, just utter decimation.
Yeah, this was a shellacking if ever I've seen one. Not necessarily as fast as a shellacking should be, but when you've got basically a perfect game, certainly isn't. What you want to see is that Shockwave was also a bit telling for how this game had gone so far. For Afrika, T1 really redeeming themselves. And now, moving into match point, game number 4, going to be very, very soon. As you can see, a lot of damage done by almost everyone outside of the Bard. It was only really Fly that was able to get poke damage, and Mystic sitting under 10k on the Ezreal really shows just how far behind Afrika were in this game, because Ezreals normally are topping the charts no matter what you do. Not this time.
Well, we'll have to see what they have in store for the match point game.
Exactly. We'll see you after the break.
때도 너무 즐겁고 좋은 경험이었었는데 또 참여할 수 있게 돼가지고 너무너무 기쁘고 설레입니다.
아, 축하드립니다. 정말 팬분들도 많이 보고 싶어 하시는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 이렇게 또 하게 돼서 너무너무 영광이고 기쁩니다.
네, 어떤 곡인가요?
너무 KDA랑 너무 잘 어울리는 뭔가 작년보다 좀 더 세진?
내가 짱이다, 내가
아,
멋있다, 약간
맞아요.
이런 느낌이
한층 더
네.
뭔가 자신감이 있어졌어요.
Hey guys, Mian here. We're gonna start with Mian today.
So is it possible to use just one breath to get through the whole line?
And I think, so for me, insane, I think we have it.
Oh, good. More it.
녹음 고생했어요. 들어봤는데 장난 아니던데 뭐 어려운 점은 없었어요.
어려운 점 발음이 사실 네, 영어
어려워요?
발음이 좀 어려웠던 것 같아요.
맞아요. 이게 근데 발음이 어려운 게 KJ 할 때는 또 아리처럼 또
네,
말을 해야
맞아요.
되고 제가 또 아칼리처럼 뱉어야 되기 때문에 저도 굉장히 어려울 때도 있더라고요.
제가 생각했을 때 아린 약간 여신 같은 그런 느낌이 있기 때문에 제가 그런 느낌을 좀 내보려고 노력을 했습니다. 할리 씨는 어떤?
제가 3번째 하잖아요.
네.
뭔가 저는 처음보다 많이 그나마 좀 가까워지고 있는 느낌을 들어요. 뭔가 같이 성장을 한 것 같아요, 아칼리에서. 그래서 열심히 노력했습니다, 여러분. 진짜 아마 여러분 들으셨는지 모르겠는데 아주 대박일 것 같아요, 여러분. 많이 들어주셨으면 좋겠고 많이 사랑해줬으면 좋겠습니다. 하이. 맞아요.
She tied her hair with me.
그 다음에 나는 왜 크게 like a bit 이 부분부터 트랙이 조금 더 고조가 돼서.
You like whoa, Kali, you the goat.
Oh, that's good. You do go.
Goat. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, Kali, you the goat. 나는 are you the goat?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you very much.
Good night. 녹음 끝났어요. 고생하셨습니다. 아 진짜 감사합니다. 언니도 잘했어요. 아니 저희 녹음했는데 난리 났어요.
난리 났어요.
네.
난 끝내주잖아.
아 진짜 난리 났어요.
이거 진짜 저희가 녹음을 하고 나니까 약간 한층 더 좀 더 멋있어지고 강해진 느낌이 드는데요. 그런 자존감을 높여주는 곡 베리스트. 여러분 꼭 들어보세요. 알겠죠?
네 여러분 꼭 들으셔야 돼요. 진짜 너무 멋있는 곡 나왔으니까요. 또 여름에 맞춰서 여러분들이 당당하게 워킹할 수 있는 그런 곡이니까요. 또 잘 들어주셨으면 좋겠고 저희 아이들도 많이 사랑해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 여러분 지금까지 아이들의 소연 미안이었습니다. 감사합니다. 사랑해주세요. 바이바이. KDA.
Look at the go, call it a flex.
감사해요. 정말 선물을 준비했어요.
조그맣지 않은데요? 대박! 감사합니다! 와, 대박!
네, 그럼 마스크
대박! 오, 아칼리 마스크?
이거 야구하면 되는 거예요?
마우스.
마우스패드! 저 마우스패드 진짜 필요했는데? 대박! 헐, 감사합니다! 대박! 이거 제 발 잘 전시해두도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다! 감사합니다!
This is what League of Legends looks like! first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World's Qualifier here, LCK 2020, looking for our last contender at the World Championship, and T1 only one game away to securing a spot in the final of this exact qualifier up against Gen G. That spring final rematch. You know, there's a lot that's going to go into that one if it does in fact occur, but Afrika do have a chance to bring it to match point and give us some of those silver scrapes in this particular final, which is going to be very, very, very exciting. However, I don't know whether Afrika look like the better team here today, and I think that despite the fact that Afrika do move to blue side, I think T1 should be favored moving into game 4.
Well, this is 3 games in a row now where T1 have eviscerated them in the early stages of the game, and if it wasn't for the blunders and the phenomenal pitching performance of T1 in game 2, this could have easily been a 3-0. And so that is very worrisome headed into this 4th game. Keen, yet again, what kind of a matchup can he really find to help out his team here? Because they're looking really lost, and the bot difference is massive in all 3 of these games.
Yeah, apart from maybe the game number 2 where Mystic did manage to do some pretty heroic things, but like you were saying, that was largely about the pitching rather than it was about the batting. So looking forward to seeing, you know, Gumayushi performing once again, because this guy is a guy we've been waiting for a very long time, ever since he played, I believe it was 2018 in the Kesper Cup, where he was playing for KG Seoul, which is, of course, the Kesper regions. They have sort of a regional tournament, and then they go into Kesper Cup afterwards, and KG Seoul were actually pretty impressive in that particular tournament. Papa Smithy informing me that they were able to, of course, take down Harmwell Life. Thankfully, that guy still has his absolute vault of a memory and can bring up about every single situation that has happened. I was commentating that tournament, but it's very hard to remember all the way back there.
Well, that was one of Papa's strengths, obviously, was his ability to recall information seemingly on the drop of a hat. As in game number 4, I wonder if Afrika has anything special in store, because this is it. This is really it for them if they lose here. And so if there is anything extra or special that they have up their sleeve, other than just pivoting Keen into mid lane, they're going to have to show it now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fun idea, but I don't want to see that again, especially if it's going to be a Renekton versus Ornn matchup. Lilia going to actually find herself banned this time around. A lot of respect, because of course, Afrika could just first pick it for Spirit. He has been one of our better Lilia players, and so that one is now going to find itself banned. I'm expecting T1 to ban Lucian, Lilia, and the Caitlyn, as Akali taken off the board. And if they are the bans, I'm going to be very interested to see whether Afrika do priority pick the Nautilus that has been banned away from them all the time. But no, Caitlyn's left up. And so Afrika are going to first pick that, and I want to know what T1 have planned.
Well, Caitlyn being locked in. I wonder what T1 want to respond to this with.
They must have known that it was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
As Jin Indicate isn't necessarily a counter pick, but we have seen it many, many times. The Volibear now goes up as far as his stock is concerned, because there's no Lilia and no Set. And so LME is going to be able to take the Electric Bear and do Afrika. Oh no, okay. So the Nautilus is available, so of course Ben is going to pick it. I was expecting a potential Bard pick away, because Jin Bard is just so strong. It is going to be naught, and there's the Ornn that you see paired with this Caitlyn so many times. A 3-item spike when you time it with a Molten Edge is just nutty.
Yep. And so Afrika is going for a Protect the Kate kind of a team composition, or at least it has the makings of it so far. And now, the interesting thing, though, is that with... Okay, well, probably not likely anymore. It's probably going to be the Sylas up in the top lane now against the Ornn. I was going to say that Volibear actually does very well into Ornn.
Yes. The
As
early
a lane
matchup.
matchup. Yep. But it looks like it's just going to be the Volibear in the jungle. Graves getting banned away now as one of the counters to him. I would really not mind seeing Kindred here for Afrika with these 3 champions that T1 has right now.
I would be very interested in a pick like that.
We could also just see Karthus or something else end up coming out here. That would be another option. Even though there's an Ornn and a Nautilus, it's not enough magic damage to incentivize MR on the enemy team. And obviously Death Crown from the Ornament upgrade, pretty big.
Yeah, that's huge. And Karthus does like to build early death caps as well, because you just want to stay squishy, as Renekton going to be banned away here by T1. So for the first time, Canna going to be playing something else, likely the Sylas, as we know, but still holding onto that flex potential with that Sylas pickup. Could, of course, be Sylas jungle as well, as Ellen could be throwing the bear into the hands of Canna. So still not entirely sure where T1's going with this draft. I do like that on the red side. Hold that counter pick for multiple people. As Pantheon to be taken away. And what we really want out of Afrika is a mid laner that does physical damage, right? But Pantheon not going to be coming through.
Yeah, if that ends up happening, then we could definitely expect to see the Karthus come out. But it looks like Bard is going to be the pickup by Effort.
Yep. Also works very well into Ornn. We know that, you know, Bard and Jin just have good synergy when it comes to Curtain Call and the Tempered Fate. As that's a Sivir being hovered. That would be very strange.
Probably not.
So not going to happen.
Not going to be the Sivir for Afrika.
Mid Caitlyn? Are we back to like season 1? No.
I'm trying to think. I don't know what is... Okay, there it is.
Yeah, the Karthus is going to be picked up. They're going to take a little bit more time to figure out exactly what other champion they're going to play in the middle of the map.
I really hope they don't get another magic damage champion and they lose to Boris in the draft phase. That would be a very scary one. But a physical damage champion that has to come in blind here. Graves banned away, Lucian banned away. Those are normally the go-tos. Corki is one. Okay, they're hovering Wukong, and this would mean that Ornn's gonna go into mid. Most likely.
Unless it's mid Wukong. Oh god,
Darius.
I want this so bad. That would mean that Canna has sinned in every single game. As Susan?
Nasus?
If you can't take one brother, take the other? As
Nasus
Kiana?
would be very interesting if that would have been actually locked in. But no, Mordekaiser. So I guess they want to threaten Death Realm and tax Afrika to stunt them. And that's actually going to be problematic for them in the later stages of the game. These champions do not want to stunt their build orders pretty much whatsoever. And that's going to give a little bit more swaying power over to T1. But Afrika, I mean, they find themselves actually between a rock and a hard place here. Karthus does not have the easiest lane setups to have a lot of freedom with. Although the opponents won't get a lot of MR, they're naturally pretty beefy. Death Realm is a way for Mord to protect himself. And then Faker on the Sylas, he's going to be able to steal away Requiem.
Well, we'll see how T1 are going to be able to make this one work. I do like that you emphasize the Mordekaiser and his value against any sort of teamfight composition like Afrika's. He does go up, but looking forward to seeing whether he can actually make it work, because this is a really cool comp. I really like it out of Afrika. The Ornn Caitlyn combo flexed into the mid lane, and then alongside it, the Sylas also flexed into mid and will be piloted by Faker. So you still get that Sylas Ornn matchup, just not in the lane that you're expecting it to be in.
Yep.
And the Karthus out once again for Spirit. And he was one of our better Karthus players. Did always like to say that Karthus was garbage and then pick it immediately afterwards. So just good. Just classic Spirit stuff.
Well, this T1 team composition is very brawlery. And we'll see if Spirit does just power immediately into the Death Crown on Karthus. I'm curious what his second rune is. We see a lot of Karthus's still go Presence of Mind, but it's not really necessary. Cosmic Insight and Magical Boots from the Inspiration Tree can provide some stuff, but obviously that's one of the only things that you can really look for in early game Karthus when it comes to the runes, which we're gonna see everyone's runes here in just a second.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Nimbus Cloak and Gathering Storm or something like that if Afrika are going to be playing based on their composition, which is going to do a lot of damage post 30 minutes. Assuming they don't get absolutely rammed in the early stages. It is going to be the Presence of Mind build, though, like you were talking about, to go alongside it. So, sticking to the old school.
Mordekaiser up there in top lane with the Conqueror. Volibear is going to have the Predator. Sylas, no surprise either on his runes. Everything is pretty standard. Pretty much everywhere.
Yep. And so we're looking for T1 to make moves early, right?
Yeah. T1 is most likely going to be the team that tries to make moves early, because if you just let Karthus do stuff to his own devices, it's going to be a problem. Now, we can also play the Karthus minigame here, which Spirit's actually taking a lot of damage. This is not something that should normally happen. But let's see the clear speed.
Well, let's see a bit of a fight bottom side as Mystic, not actually wanting to take it, as Ben lands a nice dredge line. This is, of course, his very famous Nautilus that he's very, very practiced at. As this is the first time Faker's played Sylas this season. This is very interesting. It's been mostly Canna that's been on that one. Of course, his incredible slicing Maelstroms being a good example there as Spirit. Going to be able to clear the top side pretty quickly. What is it, 3 minutes and 20 seconds that we're looking at?
No, we're looking at 305 is average. If you're really insane, you can do, I believe the fastest I've seen is 249. But 252 to 257 is like very, very good. That's very, very good. 305 is the average though. So we'll see if he can manage to do it. He didn't juggle the patience on the Wolf as good as he could have, so he's going to be missing some time there. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, all right, well.
Yeah.
We're already at 254, so that one's not going to be possible.
He delayed it by putting down the ward, so that's going to be his excuse in the post-game interview.
It reminds me of...
why can't you clear?
The LPL, was it the Ning clear path, where all the pro players then, they went in and they speed-runned it. And okay, 314 finish by Karthus.
So I was a bit more accurate, but that's not good, unfortunately. But still, T1 moving immediately out of the way here, not wanting to have anything to do with a 3 versus 2. As Kanna's going to have the lane to himself for a little while. The Wukong going on walkabout.
Yep. And Wukong is just going to pick himself up the Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side. You can see the pings going down onto it. Faker playing a little bit respectful. Has to respect if Karthus is around, but he is recalled.
All right, now we want to talk about sort of how we're going to discuss these team comps, because I'm looking at Afrika and thinking that if this game is within 4,000 gold at 20 minutes, 25 minutes, then Afrika are very happy.
Yes. They're going to be very happy if that is the case. T1 need to really pressure through dragons, or if the Sylas is just a monster, then it's very hard to bring him down. Especially if he ends up getting so far ahead that he's a better Karthus than Karthus. That is definitely going to be one of the scary things to look out for. But, I mean, Spirit, he's just on his adventure here. Now, he didn't get double Scuttle Crab. He did just get one of them. But Elam, now you can just see how much slower Volibear is. Left to his own devices. And remember, Volibear did not get one of the Scuttle Crabs. But he's just beginning his adventure back to the top side of the map. This is the discrepancy in clear speed between these two champions. So when your laners aren't incompetent and can pretty much just go even, this is what Karthus can do to champions like Set, like Volibear, and the likes of those beefy, tanky junglers. He can just blitz right by them.
Yeah, this is classic LS gameplay. This is, you can't do anything about it, we're schooling you. Is sort of how it's working. Elam is going to be able to come back through here, though, and take his chickens. So there's that. Looks like the Krog camp is going to go over to him as well, as Spirit's going to take this time to go back home. I think Swedish Codex could be coming in, but we'll see where he actually decides to go. As no, just an amp tome, not quite there yet. As yeah, you see, like, if you're seeing no kills and nothing really happening, then Afrika are very happy. But on top of that, you've also got the jungle being passively won by the Karthus.
Yep. And Spirit is going to be level 6 soon. His path was a little bit stunted by the play that he ended up trying to go for, and so that's an upside for T1, because they didn't need to do that. So his next golem capture was a little bit slow, and now because of it, he's on the opposite side of the map from where all his respawn camps are, and he RNG'd really bad. Scuttle Crab, left-hand side.
Ooh, Karthus.
I don't know what they're trying to do here. There's no kill.
And also you can see T1 playing really intelligently there towards the bottom side, making sure that they stay out of position, as Spirit just going to choose to go home, so wasting a bit of time.
That was really peculiar because Mystic auto-attacked Effort and he pulled the aggro on the spellcasters even though the wave was coming into Mystic, which is what you want when Karthus is waiting in that brush. But he chose to auto-attack Effort and it actually caused the wave to slow down a great deal. And then there's no point for Spirit to be there. So this is one of those lane manipulation things that sometimes the players aren't cognizant of in the moment. And it just ends up looking like, well, why were you there in the first place?
Yeah, a little bit weird.
Volibear is even with Karthus after losing both Scuttle Crabs. This is a nightmare fiasco.
There's a lot more to clear here on Spirit's side, so we'll see what happens. Cyclone down towards the top side. There's the double knock-up. Obliterate. Gonna work out there as Deathcross needs to be flashed by Keen. Spirit gets over the wall, but remember, it's difficult to gank him because he just puts someone in the Death Realm. As there's the Wall of Pain. Skittles being eaten here by Kanna. There's the last one. Flash has to come out, and so both top laners now down a Flash.
Yep. Mordekaiser is a little bit slow and sluggish, especially getting tapped by that Wall of Pain. Mystic trying to trade back against Gumayushi.
Ooh, Flash.
Yeah. Oh.
As there's the flash. They're not in range for the auto. Very unfortunate. Net comes down. There's the headshot. As now Elam's going to come in. The Predator goes down, shows them the bad news. As there's Requiem. We'll see how much damage it can do. Not exactly enough, but the cleanup's going to be there. The exhaust not going to work out as there's Ace in the hole. And Afrika 2 kills to 1 in the first skirmish of the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Fly came in, though. That was very interesting. And
Well,
Spirit
gonna
now
flash out of the way here as Faker's underneath the turret. Not entirely sure what he's trying to do there, as the turret's going to get angry at him. There's the Horn. Faker not going to get knocked up, able to dash out of the way with the abduct.
He's going to make it out.
The abscond, sorry, yes, and he is going to escape.
And so at the end of this all, one of the things that has to be stated is Mordekaiser got a lot of free farm and a wave over Wukong. And then Faker, likewise, was able to do that. Karthus was there to pick up some of it, but it's not just the 2-for-1 down in bottom that it ended up looking like. Because of the teleports expended, at the end of the day, it ends up being pretty even, but even is good for Afrika. So they're still in a very, very good spot here in this game. And let's just take a look at how this transpires. So there was a lot of mechanical blunders leading up to this moment. Requiem comes in from mid lane. You can see Ornn teleporting into the fray. He wasn't needed whatsoever. I don't know why Fly came in. Elim trying to run away. Faker tried to get a solo kill underneath the turret. And as we come...
Effort's dead.
Effort's dead.
Continue.
Well, not much to really continue about, but... This is, you know, it's a thingy-majiggy. Who's a medinky?
It is certainly looking like a game 5. I'm smelling game 5 in the air. And we may just have blue side 100% win rate if this does result in what we're expecting. However, what we're expecting doesn't always happen. I mean, I watched FlyQuest versus TSM, and so I know that even if I expect something, it just doesn't happen in a lot of those occasions. A fun series, though, tell you what. The entertainment value, definitely there. I'm not going to comment on anything else. Faker and Fly having some fun, as Fly getting taken down relatively low, but the Searing Charge going to get him out of the way of any issues.
And we can see down here in bottom lane that... Oh!
Curtain call, Mystic, getting it blocked there by Ben, but the Tempered Fate goes down. That's a great little dance from Mystic. Gets himself out of the way with a 90 caliber net. And Gumayushi going to pick up this wave once again. So, some buttons on cooldown. Not really too much to worry about. Mystic holds onto his flash.
Another turret plate goes over to Kana, though, on this Mordekaiser. He's almost level 10. He's about 9.6, and Keen just ding 9. So about 60% ahead in levels.
Oh, Ram coming on in here as there's the knockup. Gets into position to make sure he can knock up Faker. Great dredge line comes forward, and Spirit is going to lock away that kill. No Predator out of LM here. He's just a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah. And LM, I mean, he's going to pick up the remnants of the wave, but not a whole lot really going on. Now, one of the things that is absent from this game is that no team is really going for Dragon. And T1 may be about to change that right now, though. They have Gumayushi coming back down into bottom lane.
Yeah, teleport advantage for T1 as well. So Faker may be just coming out of the Death Chamber, but he has the ability to teleport to this dragon whenever he wants to. So theoretically, they do have the man advantage. Fly a little bit late to that mid lane, so T1 will be able to lock down the Cloud Drake. Next one going to be an Ocean, and we've got some fire or rocks coming through for our Dragon Souls. Let's have a look at Effort getting caught out again. Just a little bit of an iffy position, as that's a great knock-up to deny the Magical Journey.
And then we see what transpires here in mid lane. And this is just Faker taking a really aggressive trade, thinking that everything's free, but Spirit is there. Ends up getting the kill onto the Karthus. He has the Dark Seal as well. And everything going pretty good. They funnel the resources yet again into Jhin with the Rift Herald, and Recall going to be stopped.
Yeah, denied. Good ward.
Certainly obnoxious.
Scared Yuumi there as Fly just showing Faker how he's feeling in this lane at the moment. As there's the stun, Ben's going to be in trouble as they want both of them. Depth Charge comes down. Mystic going to flash himself out of the way. He's free hitting, but I don't know whether it's going to be quite be enough, as Ben's very tanky. Aftershock working out for him, but it's not quite enough. And Gumayushi is going to be able to grab his first kill of the game.
Yeah, and also they get the Requiem out of Karthus. So that's another big win for T1. It's going to put the Karthus on cooldown, and that is a very big ultimate to be on cooldown in this game. Seems like...
Wall of Pain.
Yeah, they're trying to get the Wall of Pain, trying to get some damage. I'm not sure why Fly didn't cast the ult. They would have certainly been able to get Faker's flash away from him. And now Faker is the one with the Requiem, so everyone has to respect that. On the side of T1, Spirit now 2 levels up over Elam. And you can just see they're constantly pressuring him. They're giving all the gold to Karthus as well. On these turrets, Ben's here as well, and Faker, he's like, well, actually, we just can't defend this. That's going to be 2 turret plates going over.
Yeah, Demolish Rock working out.
Yeah, just having his way with everything that's going on. You can see effort down here. I don't know what he's doing. Teleport, though, coming in from Mordekaiser.
No, it's actually from Faker, as the Mordekaiser is going to be coming in a little bit later. Effort flashing forward, gets a decent stun as they definitely want to take out this car because he's going to flash. The exhaust was on top of him, and the Death's Grasp is going to be enough to grab that one. Effort's going to be taken down, though, as a 1-for-1 trade ensues, and the Death Defy working out really nicely for Afrika to make sure they could get that 1-for-1.
Yeah, and Effort just overstepping yet again in this lane, so it ends up being that 1-for-1. Not sure how long Faker still has on the Requiem available. Probably end up casting that shortly, I would assume, but very, very hard to move the Ornn at this point in the game. All the turret plates have gone down.
Ooh. This is cheeky.
Yeah.
Decent little stun, but
and you can see
Fly's going to make him brittle.
I mean, I don't know what that teleport was from Keen, by the way. That was honestly, I mean, what was that?
I don't know. Personally, no idea.
All right.
Sometimes you just want to teleport to the mid lane. That's what I think it was. Or maybe it's the biggest flank ever on Decanner on the top side. No, it's not. He's just going to walk back top. So it was just strange. Then gets caught. And the rest was history here in this particular fight on the bottom side.
He threw the anchor onto Mystic.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to get you.
Yeah. Probably thought that once Mystic went golden, he would be a much more solid substance and perhaps could latch onto it, but not quite how that works. Faker coming in off the teleport there, missed the chain onto Ben. Effort got the snare onto Karthus, and then they followed it up with Elam. But then just watch Effort. He didn't need to go that far. I don't know what they're doing, because they don't have the damage to pursue on against a Nautilus or an Ornn underneath that turret. Way too tanky would have been the issue, and you can see that their plans to go bot lane are foiled by that one ward. Never mind, they're going to Magical Journey. They're going to try to do it anyway. Here it comes.
Oh, Mystic. He's going to get caught out. Another Requiem will come in on top of T1 here. A lot of damage, but the Caitlyn's already dead. And no one going to be dying here on T1 side. Some low health bars. Other than that, everything is absolutely fine.
Yep. They're continuing to get Jhin as far ahead as they possibly can. The Mordekaiser is going Proto Belt as a second item, which I find so surprising, given that he didn't opt for it as his first item, and generally Proto Belt it doesn't scale as well as other items could.
Yeah,
in the later
I think
stages.
it's first item or nothing, in my opinion. But it does give him mobility that Mordekaiser does really like.
And you can see really nice Tempered Fate there, locks up Mystic. And Elam was able to come in there face planting onto Caitlyn. And from there, everything was pretty easy for them. They also, again, got the Requiem out. Promise thumbs up. Coming out by Fly. T1, they're only slightly ahead right now. So we're looking to see if they can get larger advantages in the next coming minutes. They need to get that Ocean Dragon, though.
All right, Fly gonna miss his ultimate as Faker taking some Skittles, now wanting to take the fight to Spirit. Great knock up though, as the Tempered Fate going to be avoided.
Oh!
As the ace in the hole that came through as well, did a fair bit of damage there to Faker, who's gonna turn it around. The Karthus is already dead, but he still has some Skittles in him. Can Faker dodge it? He's standing in the Defile. It's not exactly what you want, but he is going to survive in the end. That's some composure for you. Absolutely beautiful. And now the Ocean Drake should belong to T1.
And that is the most tilting kind of a person escaping from you for Spirit and Fly. They came so close to taking him down, but the fancy footwork. Oh, man. T1 now, they get the dragon, and they stun Fly and Spirit. Fly dying isn't just him dying, it's him missing out on minion waves, which is EXP, which gets him to the ornaments that much faster, as well as giving them over to the teammates.
Yeah, let's have a look at Faker doing this again.
Faker starts off, he pops the refillable immediately at the very start, and interestingly enough, it mattered. Saying to basically do it, and you know, at the very end, you know what they say, Atlas? That ain't Falco.
Oh no. Yeah, walks back to the lane, and he's going to be fine. Kingslayer just doing so much work. It's just crazy. Silas with some CDO. Very scary prospect.
Well, that was very, very fortunate for T1. Series of events that unfolded. And Afrika, the Wukong not really able to influence a whole lot right now in this game. He's still going to need a lot more time to build up. Mountain Dragon is the third one that is coming up. And honestly, that is bad news bears for Afrika, because T1 should be the one in position to get it when it spawns. And any little bit of magic resistance, amplification, hurts Spirit so much because it creates so much more safety against the Requiem. It makes him so much more difficult for him to try to get any kills and get the ball rolling. But the sustain fights, even against Wukong, who typically doesn't build any sort of armor shred, this is the best dragon I think that T1 could have hoped for.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Of course, if Afrika get it, they're going to be very happy as well, because they want to be able to get on into that unkillable state, as well as Nautilus being much more difficult to take down. But the prospect's going to be very, very hard. We spoke about Afrika wanting to fight in the late game, and T1 have accelerated these dragons. And so Soul Point will be coming up 2.5 minutes time. And Afrika, it's going to be very difficult for them to fight for it, because yes, Fly does have his first ornament. His Abyssal Mask is now done. He'll have his Forgefire Cape pretty soon as well. And the Molten Edge will then come through for Mystic, but Mystic is pretty anemic when it comes to items. Yes, he has a slight CS advantage, but the money is well and truly in favor of Gumyushi at the moment. And so, not exactly the greatest news for Afrika, but with a comp like this, it's not over till it's over.
2 minutes until that Mountain Drake comes up. And, I mean, if there is a game to see a Locket of the Iron Solari on a jungler, it would be this one for LM to help against the Requiem, because you're going to be clumped up anyway. And the way that this team comp for T1 fights, it would just be so powerful against Afrika's hard engage. And you hate to see it, but the book is picked up on Spirit.
Oh, no. This is really, really bad. Sometimes, you know, we use the Morellonomicon as a bit of a joke.
This is actually
but he
terrible.
needed the death cap ASAP, and he's put himself even further behind.
So
oh man, that's a disaster.
I mean, you can understand what he's thinking, is that, well, there's healing on Volibear, there's healing on Mordekaiser to an extent, healing on Silas.
That's a two-man Tempered Fate. Here's the curtain call as in goes Elm, shuts down the tower. Effort gonna get out of there as well, so he's not gonna be falling this time around as Fly trying to fight this one out, but he gets grasped back. And now Keen looking for his opportunity, but can't find it. Mystic being dead is just awful as, okay, Requiem's gonna come in. The Karthus value is gonna be massive, as that's what Death Defy does for you. Finally, the Requiem does get channeled as Ben is limping away from this fight. And there's the T1 flare that Ellen wanted to throw out for them. But T1 in the end are going to be able to win this. But we saw snippets of the power that Afrika could have.
Yeah, and that is a very, very close fight. But now, no Requiem available for the Mountain fight is going to be a problem. Tempered Fate comes out, catches Spirit and Mystic point blank. Curtain Call comes out. Pull on to effort to try to get anything that they can. But Kate goes down at the very start of this fight. Fly is there with Faker, but gets brought into the Death Realm, and you can just see the angle that Afrika has here. Karthus trying to get in, Requiem summoned by Faker brings the pain down initially, just barely missing out onto Fly. The Requiem comes out, obviously, by Spirit, doesn't quite offer the same level of flare. And right there, I mean, this is not looking super good now for Afrika, because the timing of that fight, the expending of their summoners as well as their ultimates, means they don't have it for Mountain. This should be a very free Mountain picked up by T1.
Yep, they're already starting it. Gumyushi's going to definitely do enough damage, but he's just going to leave. He's got some minions to look for, as Fly is going to take down this outer turret on the top side. So like you were talking about, very free Mountain Drake, and Afrika not even interested in trying to fight for it, as Mystic has to stand behind his inner turret here in the mid lane. T1 need to keep snowballing this, but so far it is looking good. Tempered Fate is going to connect onto Spirit as traps go down to try and defend. Effort down to about half, as Afrika do clear out the minion wave and Faker in position for a flank with that Cyclone that he only has a few more seconds on. But they're protecting both mid lane and bottom lane. And Flying Keen both here, but Canna should still be able to take the tower.
Yeah.
And he's trying to deny as much as he can as well. This is... yeah, this is not great, as that Siege Minion also going to be falling.
Denied again? I mean, he's probably denied at least 150 gold that he otherwise would not have if he just immediately shoved the wave. So imagine expanding upon this concept.
Whoa. What do you do there?
Into the longer stages of the lane.
Whoa.
It would be quite a miracle. I have hopes.
Wait,
by the way.
are you saying that that a wave doesn't have to be just eaten and?
Well,
no.
Listen,
my brain was exploded.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have hopes that that Aegis is going to turn into the Locket, and when it does, it actually stunts Afrika so hard in the team fights. Lord Dominic's Regard picked up by Gumayushi. He's moving on towards his fourth item. Molten Edge coming in for Caitlyn. The ornaments are starting to be dispersed amongst their members. Trinity Fusion is going to be there on the side of the Wukong for Keen. But Karthus, I mean, he's not moving towards any ornament. And so this is going to be really bad news bears, because he could have just had 90 free AP if he just went Death Cap.
Yeah, and the Oblivion Orb would have been doing its job. As this little kitty cat is still just chilling, making sure that that Baron is under control here by T1. Guard cat, if you will. Just kind of here towards the bottom side. Clears out these minions. Nails the siege minions. Well, beautiful stuff. Love that. And Gumayushi's starting to crit for pretty big damage. And he doesn't even have his Infinity Edge yet. Going a little bit more for the utility first. Making sure that he gets that armor penetration under his belt is very important against Fly, who's going to have a lot of armor. Now with a Bramble Vest on top of his Forge Fire Cape that he had completed earlier. This is by no means a done deal for either team so far, but it is close to a 5,000 gold lead, a little bit more here for T1. And what did we say? 25 minutes, your 4,000 gold lead is not enough to feel comfortable if you're T1. 5,000, still not quite at the level that you want. There's Ellen with the Storm Strike, but not going to be able to find too much more.
And things are certainly looking a little bit rough right now for Afrika. As Mountain's coming up in 2 minutes, you can see that they're posturing right now, but if they take a team fight right now, this is not the best timing in the world for them.
Nope. We're looking at Caitlyn items. She still needs a Storm Razor to really be online. Karthus is so far away from Deathcap Void Staff, which would be the optimal situation for him. We're going to need this game to go uber late for Afrika to just naturally have the composition to take down T1. Predator has been popped. Ellen looking for his way in as he's running real fast. There's the Ornhorn called by Faker. A second to return from Fly, but Afrika's members are so incredibly low. And there goes the Wukong. Tempered Fate is going to land on Mystic and onto Canna. And the Karthus is going to fall. We'll see whether the Requiem is actually going to do enough damage. This is a triple kill, a quadra kill for Canna on this Mordekaiser. And T1 should be able to run it down the mid lane. This game has been blown wide open and may just be over.
I think it is over, Atlas, and this is what you're just mentioning not even 20 seconds ago, would be that this fight is disastrous for them to try to take at this point in time. For some unholy reason, they're grouped in the mid lane, posturing around, waiting for T1 to just steal the Ornhorn like Faker ended up doing and cause this fight to unfold. T1 is going to move on now tomorrow to face Gen G for the last seed.
And they could run yet another gauntlet as well. So congratulations to T1. They do manage to topple Afrika this time in 3-1 fashion. That game number 2, obviously just a little bit of a bump in the road, and sometimes that happens when you have new players Gumayushi, pretty impressive debut performance, not only in his first game, but in his first series as a whole. The Jin looking very, very impressive this time around, and it just shows that pedigree is part of the pro gamer process, because of course innovation, very, very famous for being good at video games as well. His little brother, no exception. So welcome to T1, Gumayushi, and damn, it's pretty nice to have you around.
And honestly, I mean, this is pretty interesting now because it spices things up with more and more members showing that they're so good and they're able to be utilized on the roster. Obviously, Closer is there in mid lane. And now you have Teddy and Gumayushi down in bottom lane. It starts to create some interesting dynamics for T1. Especially, and we haven't even begun to theorize what happens if Closer and Faker both play at the same time and Kana just ends up taking a step out or something. Those are scenarios that could probably happen in the future, even if they don't happen immediately. But this was a dominating performance by T1. They could have, in reality, just stomped all 4 games.
Yeah, I think that game 2 was a little bit of an anomaly. I think the Blue Blades sort of getting to T1 just a little bit there took the Draven a little bit of a while to get online. And then Afrika did have some miracle team fights. But 3 miracle team fights and then you win a game in 50 minutes is not the sort of playstyle that's going to win you worlds, right? You need to be a lot more stable. You need to be able to win these early skirmishes. And T1 were not a team that were very good at that in the beginning of the summer season. But since then, they've definitely upped the tempo of their game plan. And T1 are looking a little bit frightening, moving against Gen G here, who haven't played in quite a while. And we saw that bit them in spring. We'll see whether it does so again here in summer, because Gen G doesn't have QV anymore. They don't have their World's Gauntlet champion on the roster.
Well, I mean, I think that Gen G tomorrow versus this roster of T1, if this is the roster, is going to be interesting. Because we'll see Gumayushi go up against Ruler down in the bot lane, and this is a very different dynamic. Last time around as well, game number 3, there were some issues in the jungle pathing. That's, you know, Cuz probably not going to show himself if LM stays on the roster, but versus Gen G, LM coming in, he did pretty good here today.
He did. I actually liked the return of LM, and I think that T1 were probably sitting on a jungle swap, because of course it is nice to have a jungler sitting back. We've seen so many instances of this from the beginning, and of course it was SKT that used to do it a lot between Bengi and Blank back in the day, or Bengi and Tom. I mean, there's been a lot of different jungle swaps that they've done, but I think it was Koma that started it on SKT well back in the day, where that was the substitution that was the most popular. And we did see it. Dread came out, Spirit came in, and they won a game. So it does work, even if the chips are piled against you. Didn't really work for Afrika here today, but we'll see them in 2021 most likely. They were on the preliminary roster of teams that were favored moving towards franchising in 2021. In fact, it's not going to be too much of a change moving on through. It's only Solo One Prince they're going to be taken out, and it's going to be Brion Blade, who have a different name now. But that is ultimately the team from Challenger that will be replacing them. So we will see Afrika again, and looking forward to seeing what they can bring us in 2021.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting once they do make it back in 2021 and see what they manage to keep, what they manage to change, and what kind of approach they'll have to the game as well. But for T1, their changes so far have been working out with, honestly, I think this was the most dominating showing of T1 that they've had all summer in a series, or especially in games. And so that is very good news if you're a T1 fan going into this. Obviously, Effort had some hiccups in the games. Their Game 2 blunders were very uncharacteristic. Game 3 could still prove to be worrisome against teams like DRX, Gen G, Damwon, given that, remember, T1, massive, monstrous lead, but it took them eons to do anything with it.
Yeah, it didn't ever look like they were going to lose or anything like that, but it did make you worried. Like, I'm thinking about it on like a world scale, right? You do that against top esports, you give them any sort of inch like that, and it becomes very, very difficult. So a little bit worrying, but you know, T1 and Faker here with the sick outplays T1 do have time to tidy up those sorts of plays, especially when, you know, this is the debut of this particular roster. Of course, they have been practicing together for a while, but still not quite enough as, oh my god, Faker just triggering Spirit to high heaven. As hopefully by 2021, Spirit is going to be untilted.
Well, he definitely had a lot going for him here in this game, but then he made that random flip at the Raptor camp, and that allowed Elam to come back into the game and put himself back in a really commanding position. And everything that was happening in this series, T1, this was a really interesting game because they were behind, basically, going into mid-game, but then they fought their way back. So we take a look at the fight here.
And Cannon was just so massive. I find it really cool because, of course, Mordekaiser was piloted correctly by Keen first out of all of our top laners here in the LCK. It was a pick that really felt like a trap in Korea. It wasn't in China. In China, Mordekaiser was amazing. It was winning every game. But in Korea, we couldn't make it work. And then it was Keen that was able to. And then from there, Canna has become a very nice Mordekaiser player also. And so picking up a quadra kill to finish off the series. The young players on T1 really shining here today. I think Gumayushi was pretty incredible, but Canna's Renekton alongside it, being able to destroy Fly in game 1 was just extraordinarily impressive. In a matchup that we thought that he shouldn't be able to win. And in fact, tops damage for his team. Of course, the Karthus does a little bit more, but he's Karthus, and that's what we expect. So very nice performance out of T1, and they had to win it pre-30 minutes, and they did, with 2 minutes to spare.
Well, I mean, they would have also had some benefit on the sense that Karthus wasn't building an ornament, so that
that's true. I mean, build-wise, yeah.
T1 rolled pretty good Dragon as well this game with the Mountain. It didn't really make it to Mountain Soul, but not the end of the world for them. And now they're going to have less than 24 hours to prepare for their match versus Gen G. And if you're Gen G and you're looking at the new T1 roster, there's not a whole lot to go off of.
Yeah, exactly. I think Gumayushi versus Rule is really exciting. But let's have a chat to Gumayushi himself alongside Faker. And here's Jisun.
How do you feel, guys, for taking down Africa Freaks in the first and the second round of the regional qualifier? Unless you win the final game, it doesn't mean anything. So I think it's only the step for heading to the next round. Gumayushi, congratulations on your victory on your debut day. How do you feel? I'm worried about tomorrow. Is that it? Okay. Still thinking on what to do next, Gumayushi. And you were the issue of the town. And it seemed like you had a lot of confidence of your performance as well. So how do you rate your own performance? In game 1 or 3 and 4, I think I played well defensively, but in game 2, I wish I could have performed even more aggressively, but I could not really pull it off. So yeah, a little bit disappointing in that point. And you were actually the #1 trending in Korean websites. I didn't know, but I kind of thought so. And Draven pick in your debut series, it was also very impressive. Weren't you feeling pressure? Today was a very important day for T1. I was confident in Draven, but yeah, I really wanted to win on that champion, but it's a bit of a bummer that we lost. I guess everything was based on the screams, but yeah, you guys were moving for the very decisive regional qualifier series, and T1 fielded a whole new roster. I'm used to playing with new roster. I'm used to this situation, so I didn't feel any special pressure. And the new players coming into our lineup. Well, because we were playing at our team house, we were able to kind of cope with the situation quite well. Gallia, Zoe, Silas was one of the picks that you played today, and we had a lot of target bans going toward you. But I guess you have overcome those kind of target bans and tactics as well. I'm always confident in any peaks, in any given situation. So not only for today, I think I'll still be confident in our upcoming series, and I think nothing really much changed inside of me. I think we had a decent comp, and also our teamwork was on a good level. So we were able to grab the good result in the end. And you almost got picked up by Karthus, but you somehow sidestepped everything and survived. So how did Gumayushi watch that moment? Me? Yeah, I was like watching him, and I was like, I want to copy his movements and dodging skills. So you were sure that he's gonna leave, right? I mean, yeah, 100% he could have just lived. Well, without just doing the side steps, but he still maneuvered those high-level skills and survived. So yeah, I was like, yeah, that's Faker. And Gumayushi, your older brother, is also a professional player. Did he give you any special advice for your debut? Nothing special. I think he must be watching this, but I don't know. He didn't really send me any words of advice or encouragement, but I'm pretty sure he was watching this. I mean, he just trusts me and doesn't really come across the line. And Faker, I mean, you are definitely exerting a lot of pressure based on your experience, but at the same time, you guys are playing super aggressively. And that's one of the plays that the global fans love. So what was the main theme of today's performance? Being aggressive? I do not have a special intention before going into a series. I just always adapt to the given situations. And today maybe it looked aggressive. Hanna was so close to getting the pentakill on Mordekaiser in the end, but Gumayushi, you stole it away. And Hanna was speechless after that point. Did he really? Did Kanna say anything special? It's a bummer. So you guys are heading straight to the final round of the regional qualifier up against Genji. You guys have one day to prepare. So what's your mindset going into that series? Should I start? Ruler Life. I'm afraid of them. I hope they go easy on me. Gumayushi, you've got some characteristics and personalities. What about you, Faker? That's gonna be a decider series for the World's Heat, so I will do my best of best for that game. And this will be the end of the interview with Faker and Gumayushi from T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you!
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for your interview translation. I was trying to listen along, but we can only do so via the Twitch chat, and so that was difficult for me to pick up. But great to hear from both Gumayushi and Faker. Nice hearing about innovation there as well. Hopefully he was watching, because of course the debut match on such a big stage is just a huge moment in any gamer's life, and Gumayushi had a phenomenal performance as well. So yeah, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Gumayushi is going to be really interesting to watch him go up against Ruler tomorrow in the bottom lane, especially because everything except for that last game, it was really lane kingdoming, pretty much all around, but the Jhin eventually got the ball rolling, and you could see how confident T1 were with funneling resources into him. They used multiple heralds for him. They constantly tried to get him to be the person with the resources and get the ball rolling inside of the game. So that probably gives a lot of credence to how confident they are in him as a player, as well as probably how scrim results and things like that are going. But tomorrow, September 9th, no, it's not Fnatic, not 9 and 9.
Yep.
But
2 days before Achilleos' birthday, we have T1 versus Gen G, the spring final rematch. We'll see whether everyone's going to be on time and making sure that this is going to be the most hype matchup that we get. This will decide our 3rd seed at the World Championship. It shall be yourself, LS, alongside the Valdanalist himself, Brendan Valdez. But that's going to do it for me. Thank you so much for watching all year long, guys, and I will see you again in 2021. For now, good night.